your information. Don't spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon registration. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Bada. Skiddy dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there. On the spoon, to get your information. On the spoon, to be part of Spoon television. Yes, I do. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon registration. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Yes, what you about today? Yes, I
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon.
Okay.
What is happening more than to spoon? Politician want to
So good evening. Good afternoon, wherever you are. A pleasant welcome to yet another breathtaking edition of the Spoon Talk, your biggest talk show in Liberia. And of course, the CEO and his team of panelists are back to analyze and inform you about trending national issues in the country. And of course, my name is Yekezi Zowe, serving as your sound coordinator here this evening. Let's now go over to the to Dr. Richardson and James Goodiflomo. Welcome.
Hello, how you guys are doing today?
Yeah,
Good,
I'm
good.
okay.
That's good.
Because how you doing?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Happy Friday on my end. Busy, but glad to be above ground.
Okay.
How you guys doing? Yeah, can see how Monrovia.
Yeah, maneuver is good. Is peaceful relatively.
Peaceful.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to tell?
Hmm?
What are you trying to say? You're trying to say when the president leader
I
comes
mean,
in
relatively is peaceful. In a sense that not not everybody who say that it's peaceful because of certain problems that they are faced with, because of certain challenges that they are faced with, and out of that, some people are in, some kind of crisis that we don't know about. But on the whole, we think
Things are
it's
coming.
yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. I thought you're
Yeah.
coming from another angle, but I will reserve my comment on that anger. The
No.
angle that you're coming with. Jane Goody, what you gotta say today in your part of the world? What's going on there?
1 minute, I'm coming.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So things are peaceful in Monrovia. You guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving. We are preparing for
Yeah,
our
sure,
own.
sure.
Yeah, we are preparing for our own Thanksgiving on this end. So many things to be thankful for.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a spirited conversation today. We're gonna be talking about the missteps of the Unity Party. So as soon as I get my colleagues to join me, we'll be going through, an analysis of what has been the missteps, missed opportunities of the Unity Party. I believe we have a guest coming on as well. The Secretary General, the current Secretary General of the Unity Party, is joining us as well. So that was my understanding. Is that your understanding? I can see that he's going to be in studio or come or joining us.
Yes, he's gonna be in studio. He's already here.
Oh,
Trying to
okay,
set
good.
him up.
Oh, okay, awesome. So I think that's going to be. Um, James, anything you want to add before we move on to welcoming our audience? And James,
My
you wait over there. Look like you're getting fat. Oh.
my end is okay.
Mhm.
Nothing bad.
You heard what I said? Your face looking fluffy.
Oh no, man. I'm okay.
You found rest to eat lately?
Oh yes, we have rest here enough.
Okay, good. That's good. All
Yeah.
right. I'm glad to hear that
I'm
you're
okay.
doing.
I just been following. And yeah, Cummins and others, they are doing well. Today I followed the president there in Morocco. He
Uh-huh.
had he had a fruitful conversation with the student community there. And I
Mm-hmm.
think what he did, that should be one of the things that he should be doing. He sat with the students,
Mm-hmm.
explained to them
Mm-hmm.
on a very common level, and they were all okay.
Okay, that's good. I didn't get an opportunity to see it. Like I
Oh
just
yeah,
got home from work.
I
But
watched it.
thank you for the update. It sounds like it was a good exchange, huh? From what you're saying.
Yeah, it was a good exchange. The students talk about some of the problems they are faced with,
Mm-hmm.
and after that, the president sat with them, explained to them, how they can go about resolving them. Most especially it has to do with the major point was the passport issue, and he talked to them in a very good way. And I think some of them, it was a privilege for them to meet their president today, and I know they are happy.
That's good. Well,
Yeah.
I hope you know, whatever it is that they have to achieve to get it, that I hope that people follow up with them. Sometimes talking is good, but talking is even better when we can follow up with, what we'll put action to our words. So that's good. That's good news. Good news. So let us welcome. I'm sorry, my grandbaby. You can probably hear his voice in the background. And I closed the door and I have like this box behind my door, but he's standing right to the door and saying, "Mommy, Grammy, Mommy, Grammy." So I can't mute him right now. But I like to just welcome all of you that are listening to us. I see many of you are here. I'm not going in any particular order, but I would just like to welcome you. We appreciate you. You could have been doing anything today on this Friday, but you decided to join us to participate in the discourse relating to Liberia. So I'd like to just welcome Rufus T. Williams, John Yapawolo. He's watching from Cocoyat District, Bung County. Charles Russell.
He has my name, Yapaolo.
Oh yeah, Danny. Oh yeah, but okay, you gone. You see how Joe is true to the song, right? Um, Charles Russell and Austin Yansua Daniels is also watching. Um, Lorraine Litia, she says good evening. December Motre Guer, he says great topic, watching as well. Alfred Alexander Carbo. He's watching from Police Academy Community, Painesville, Liberia. It's awesome when we just get people from Liberia watching Painesville Community. Vera S. Wallace, she says, welcome, Doc. Welcome. How you doing, Vera? Lovely Luongo is watching from India, Punjab State. Otis Zulu is also watching us from District 1, Margibi County. My Jenna's son is watching. Um, Abraham Gori, he says, hi, Abraham, how are you doing? Farley S. Morrison is watching from Johnsonville. Yes, Seattle, Miami. Okay. Somebody watching from Miami. Yes, Seattle, Miami. Okay. Shelly Jala is watching. Hi, Shelly. How are you? Uh, Ramatula Ramachal of Flight is also watching. Says hello from my end. Edward Crusoe is watching from Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. Jan Emmett Kwakpo is watching. Hello, Doc. Hello, how are you? Yeah. Joel Oko is watching from Nigeria. I mean, we just so, it amazes me where people are watching from. I really appreciate that. I kind of like places. I like to travel. So when I hear you guys tell me where you're watching from, I have imagery of where you are, and I like places. That's all. Just knowing places. Moses S. Carpool is watching from Foya. Pat Mandela David says, good to be here. Hi, Pat. How are you? Charles Ja Will Burton is watching from Capitol Hill. It's good to also have you guys watching from Capitol Hill here. Honorable George Watkins, he said he's watching from his comfort zone in District 13. Spaso Carlton says, hello, doctor. He's watching from Melbourne, Australia. Melbourne, Australia is in the house. Welcome all of you who are watching from Australia. And Boykai PM Tamutu is watching from Sueteli community in Casablanca, Morocco. Casablanca, Morocco is in the house. The president is in Morocco, you guys. Welcome to all of you. Also, my Chile is watching from Bontown, my schoolmate. I know him as Emmanuel Chile. He's watching. Hi, Chile. I also know your other name, but I won't call it here. Bilson Pay is watching from Atlanta, Georgia. Felicia Gibson is watching from Sweden. Obadiah Cooper is watching from Minnesota. Moses Bender watching from Paul River Community. Rufus T. Williams watching from Tutman Boulevard. Yeah. William K. Samawulu says he's watching from New York, Staten Island. Nathaniel Sabo is watching from North Korea. North Korea is in the house. Give a shout out to North Korea. Can you imagine? North Korea, Melbourne, Nigeria, Capital Bypass, Bone County. My goodness, we're just all over the place. That says a lot about Spoon Network. Malian Dan is watching from Minnesota as well. I hope I said that correctly. Natanya Ansumana is watching from New Georgia Estate, District 13. Mozzarella County. I like when people also tell us the district. Tell me how you're thinking politically. I hope you guys getting ready to go register in that country, in Liberia. Register to vote, and then you're preparing yourself to vote as well. James, what do you say about that? Because Bon County and in fact, Mozzarella, Bommy, and all of them got their own scheduled date. So I hope people are taking note of that.
I'm from Lofa.
So what time are you supposed to go?
To go vote?
Register.
When the time comes.
Okay. Register first before you vote. I hope people are thinking about it. It's important. We need everybody to go out there to register. Santa, welcome. How are you?
Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Uh, God minding us.
You're not John James Club, huh?
Yeah, God is taking good care of us. Thank God. I want to say we are happy, Dr. Richardson, that we got Amos Floyd, the Secretary General from UP. He's our guest. James Gooden Flomo from Europe, Dr. Richardson from the United States, Stanton Witherspoon from Noah Panton, Yucatan.
Look at
We
that.
want to say that we want to say that we are blessed. We listen, folks. We coming up with something new. James, is it ready?
Yes.
Don't tell me that I taped that for yesterday. I come to play the big crying.
Which one?
The one that I made was singing to your crying. You
Salmon
want
12?
yeah.
Oh no. No, that's it. I mean, we got Amos 12. We're not talking about Amos 12, Salmon 12. We got Amos 12 coming on. We're not playing the Salmon 12
I tell
music.
you, I tell you that be a remix of the Samuel Twerk crying.
They're making remakes of that music, but that's for Kev Hassane. Let's have a serious conversation. The way forward for UP and what's happening. It's good to have the Secretary General since he was elected. His first time appearing on Spoon's talk for us to discuss issue concerning UP. Dr. Richardson, we're going to be bringing him on shortly. But Unity Party, let me just lay something out, right? When you talk about Unity Party, I'm confused. They are talking about collaborating with so many different, they call it Tantewuna, small party. And they get this thing they call DAL. Let's lay something out, Dr. Richardson. With all the small, the boating, the babbling,
Say
all
that
that
again.
coming along.
How they can call it?
Tantewuna, you know, the boating, the babbler, anybody that gets 0.1%, 0.2%, they say you come. But when UP actually changed their name, their historical name to DAL, I was thinking about this thing all day. Like when Unity Party changed their Unity Party, their logo, their name, just to be in collaboration with DAL. You know, I am thinking about it because it is concerning, it is important. The thoughts of Joseph Yimabuaka, the Secretary General, is our guest today. He need to explain Joseph Yimabuaka decision as to who going to be his running mate with everything that is happening in Liberty Party concerning Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence, concerning Musa Belete, everything. Look, Charlene Bronskin is in the midst. Joseph Yimabuaka will need Buchanan. He must have Buchanan to win an election. Because last time he came out with only one county out of 15. So I think Amos Twere, this is going to be tough for Reverend Tappen, who's the chairman, Amos Twere, Secretary General, because this is the discussion today. We have to have the discussion. Today is the 4th of November. Guess what happened? A lot of people now thinking about returning back home to register to vote. The momentum got to start kicking in. So just give me your own intro, then we'll bring Amos on for the discussion tonight.
Well, I think it's going to be an awesome discussion about the way moving forward for Unity Party. We have new leadership. That's another thing that I'm interested in knowing how is this leadership planning on keeping the spirit of Unity Party. So I just wanted to know what are the visions and the plans they have to move Liberia forward under the leadership
Do you
of
have something else on?
no.
Yeah, you got another something playing. We hearing something. It's only you and myself.
I am hearing
Maybe you
something.
want to you want to turn down your other computer
Okay.
or tablet, please.
Let me turn it down. Let me turn this one down. I did. I am hearing it. Is it better? No.
Nah, it's not looking good. You got something on.
I
Are
don't. I
were you
have just my
watching?
other device over here, which is on mute. I'm just reading.
Just turn it on. Don't mute it. Turn something off because if you can, maybe it will help. If you get two, three different,
I'm gonna turn it off. I need to see the comments.
but you can see it from your and not the device you on. You can see the comment though.
I can't, but it's distracting when I say. But can you hear me? Is it better now?
It's all right. We'll manage it, but we're having that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's in studio thing.
No, the studio not on. It's just you and myself on. So we're Kev. So
I
it's
think
not
I
the
kept
studio.
for that noise.
All right, put it on Kev. But go ahead, talk to us. We gotta bring in Emma. Talk to us.
Yeah. So, no, so I was just telling you guys that I'm really interested in learning how is this new leadership going to carry on the vision of the old Unity Party. Um, they just came in. What are the plans? What are the goals? Um, those are the things that I like to hear. I mean, do they feel like this Unity Party is fit to leave Liberia, given they were in power for the last couple of years? What do they have new to offer to the Liberian people? So those are the kind of questions, and those are the kind of information that I hope that this Secretary General provide to Liberians.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richards. And Kev Hassan, welcome, man. How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Well, yeah, man. I'm hungry. I'm looking at my food right now, but I can't eat. It's like smell, no taste. I can't eat
Why you don't want to eat?
because you guys coming on late.
I'll tell
I
you,
couldn't leave Dr. Richardson all by herself. So,
you should start working, my man. You're working too hard.
my man, I
Look
gotta
at
work, brother. I mean, they say heavy is the head I wear the crown. So the crown I'm wearing is so heavy, I gotta work.
That's what you're saying.
I mean, I'm not like you that the government gave me 20,000 to stay home. I'm not like you, so right, Dr. Richardson.
oh, that's time you shoot it here.
But Dr. Richardson, listen, if I'm like Kev Hassan, that person over there gave me 20,000 to stay home, I stay home. No traveling, nothing. I'll be home and just research and defend the government. I'm not like Kev Hassan that they give it. I gotta work. I gotta do my 9 to 5. I gotta push my cartoon.
So you say I'm getting money when the summit one?
Maybe I don't know. I don't know your agreement. Listen, you are a consultant, my brother. You are a consultant. You are a consultant. Dr. Richardson.
Yesterday, you wanted to go find the person who scored your card in America so you can tell them thank you.
Dr. Richardson, listen to this.
Yeah.
I have to work. Family, friends, Spoon Network, everything is on me. I gotta go to work. I get up 5:30 in the morning, go to work, and don't come back. I don't come back. So hold on a minute.
Barbara, if you're there tomorrow, yeah, we'll meet there, Barbara. Don't worry, we'll be there.
Yeah, she said you're meeting at American Place. But let me say this to you, Kev. If I am like you, that the government gave me 20,000 every month, you know how much you making a year, brother? You know how much you making over 240,000 a year. No taxes. They're not deducting any tax. You just receive that money, clack. Brother, if I were you, I stay home. I got nothing to worry about.
But you see,
I would defend your will every day, but I can't be like you because even with money or no money, I would say gotta be sentence. I mean, we got everyone's strike coming up. I don't waste our time.
No, listen, you know what you're saying? You're right. If that happened, I would say, but it's not happening, so I can't stay home. It's not happening.
Brother, every time I call you, you're home. I call you early in the morning, you're home. I call you in the night, you're home. I call you in the afternoon, you're home. I get all the messages. You know when they leave home. The only time you leave home, you go across the road to take.
You come here yesterday, where I was. We come here yesterday.
You go across the road to get your blue moon. That's all. That's the only time you leave. Opa, let her go ahead, man.
I'm lucky for Dr. Richardson to put me in her field. That so we do stuff at home. Thank you, Dr.
Oh, so yeah, I understand. And what you do at home is to defend CDC, that judgment camp. Amos Tuai, the Secretary General of UP. Let's bring the man on, my man. Let's beat on the man small. Let's bring him on. Let's bring Amos Tuai on. Amos Tuai, welcome to the show, man. How you doing? Are we hearing him? Let me see.
Not yet.
Okay, we gotta bring in somebody from the studio. Amos, can you hear us?
Yeah, sure. I'm hearing you. Thank you. Are
Better.
you
Good.
hearing
Yeah.
me?
You are good, my
Oh no, I
brother.
think
You are
it is.
good. You are good. You are
I need
pretty
to
good.
unmute it.
No, don't
I'm
unmute it.
okay
You are
now.
good.
Okay. Okay. It's okay.
You are Amos, don't unmute
It's
it.
okay,
Leave
right?
everything, my man. Don't care you thing our studio to spoil our equipment. Leave it. I put your 2 hands
What?
up, my man. Put your 2 hands up. Don't spoil our equipment,
Don't
man.
start.
My man.
No, don't start with that.
No, 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 no. Don't spoil our equipment. Put your 2 hands up. Let me make sure that you touching nothing. I mean,
I
how
mean,
you
don't
doing
start with
today?
that. Start. UP is a fixer.
How you doing today? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty much well. And let me say thanks for the invitation. Let me say hi to your panelists, Dr. Francier, Chinowe, Richardson, Keith, and the rest of the other people. I'm glad to be here, and I look forward to having a very
Mama,
great dialogue with all of you. Thank you for the invitation.
Mama, wait now, Amos. You stressing on Dr. Francine, you make just a passerby on my name because of brother supporting you.
Better just about bury your member. But yeah, careful. The man for that to say honorable.
Yeah, you just make a passerby on me. Yeah, and there's a doctor. He's stressed.
Your name is Kev Hassan, and your name is Kev Hassan, right?
He is stressed because
I was
brother supporting you.
no, not that. You don't take it based on the fact that you're not supporting us. I'm not sure it is the reason. I was just trying to look at the names on the screen.
I don't understand why Orlando supporting UP though.
Oh,
Dr.
God.
Richard said
Are we
why.
going to make this sure about it?
No, we're gonna have a good conversation today. We gotta touch everything.
Talking about
I
you
wanna
did
know
the party. You didn't say the children
why
coming. I
Orlando-
don't know. You did the party missteps.
I want to know why Orlando is supporting UP. Why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Richardson, why?
Call Orlando.
I'm not calling him. I'm not calling him.
Amos that won't. Amos know him.
I don't think Amos know Orlando though. Amos, you do.
Amos
is the other part of UP that we get to later. You know, UP got two groups, right?
So Amos,
UP and you independent UP and original UP.
The guy who went to Italy with Amos Stenabera, you know.
Let me listen. They get an independent UP and they get a general UP. But we're going to have a conversation tonight.
So Amos independent.
Emma is
opposition. So there's a split between the opposition and the opposition.
We want to say we are happy to have the Secretary General Amos Tour in as our guest tonight. We're going to be having a wonderful conversation, and we hope you can follow us, share the program, and we will reserve 30 minutes of the program to ask questions. You are welcome to ask Amos Tour your question. You are welcome to be respectful, please. We're coming up with something new. We come up with a time clock, Amos. The time clock is important because a lot of folks say, "Oh, you had 30 seconds you gave me 1 minute, you gave that to Richardson 3 minutes." So you, the guest, you will answer in 2 minutes. The panelists will ask the question in 1 minute, and a follow up will be 30 seconds. And this is seriously, we have to do this. We just hit to restrict, but we have to do this. For the beauty of the program, for the beauty of the show, we have to do this. We have to do a countdown. So immediately, I don't need to tell you that your time is up. You will be watching the clock. They do this on CNN though. They got button, red, green, and yellow. So we're going to do a time clock. Again, the guests will have 2 minutes to answer. The panelists will have 1 minute to ask a question. You can do your statement whatsoever. When your time is up, your time is up. And we have 30 seconds of coming back, So I hope we're going to exercise this. And Amos Tour is first. And, we're going to try to do this because the interruption, the making my point, my statement, let's try to be very, very straight up. So I just, listen, guys. It's not for one person, it's for every one of us. Ask your question,
give the guest chance to answer, and we'll move on. Again, the guest will have 2 minutes to answer. We will have only 1 minute to ask our question or make our statement, and then we will move on. Thereafter, we will come back to you. Amos, let's get your intro, brother. It's time to move. It's time to roll. Dr. Peabody will be joining us. Ben Senvi, Sintumal and George, Mariah Yakula. They all will be joining later because they have to work. So they all getting home, getting ready, and they will join us. So please give us your intro. Welcome on the Spoon Talk, my brother. Talk to us.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Staton. And let me say thanks to your panelists. I'm glad to be here. Um there are few in-house corrections I'd like for us to do before we can begin the conversation. The first of which is that there is no two UPs anywhere. It's important for us to set this very correctly. There's only one unity party. There's no split. The UP is not split. And that one unity party is headed by His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Boakai, the president of Liberia in 2024. That's one. The second thing is that to begin with holding discussion about the unity party, and then we say the UP misstep, I think it's going to be a very flawed beginning. I would think that it is important for us, since I'm the guest here, let me lay the premise when it comes to the state of affairs in the unity party. If you want us to begin to talk about how the UP took over the state of affairs in the Republic of Liberia from 2006, we can do a very brief summary of where we met Liberia, where we left Liberia, and where it is at the moment. Then we can now enter into the other elements of governance. And then after which you can decide to ask your questions. If you believe that there was some fundamental misstep, then we can obviously establish the platform for us to to respond to your questions. But I think we should begin at that, instead of just beginning with a misstep. That way we're not going to do justice to the listening audience. Is very important. Since we've agreed to come here and discuss the unity party in totality, let us inform the Liberian people where Liberia was, and where we took over Liberia and how we left this country. Just in summary, it's very much important. And then after which we can now talk about the state of governance in the country, because we have to obviously dive into the different policy slippages on the part of the current administration. Is very important. And then, we can also talk about the future, the vision of Ambassador Joseph Jamal Boakai. By the way, it's important, as National Secretary General, I also have to inform the Liberian people about who actually Joseph Jamal Boakai is, So
Thank
I
you
will
very
do
much.
all of these in, when once it meets your, the panelist approval. It's very important. Instead of us
Thank you very
beginning with
much.
a
Thank you
misstep,
very
I
much,
think it's a
Secretary
fun.
General. Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. So James, can you put up the flyer if you can, please? We're going to be bringing in Senator Edwin Snow as a contributing guest as well. The topic for today is Unity Party missteps. We discussed the issue about ANC missteps, CDC missteps, and the topic remains Unity Party missteps. We're glad to have you as you join us to discuss Unity Party. Our folks need to understand there's a reason why we're saying missteps, and we'll get to it. You got all right to defend the Unity Party because you serve as Secretary General, and therefore you will redirect our topic and make it better for Liberia. So thank you very much, James. Let's have a wonderful show. Again, Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow will be our contributing guest for tonight by way of an independent opinion also. Dr. Richardson, we have Amos Stewart, Secretary General of the Unity Party. We will be going over to you, giving you 1 minute to ask a question or to make a comment. Then Secretary General Amos Stewart will give us an answer.
I just have a comment before we move on to questioning the Secretary General. I think that, it is going to be a good opportunity for you to tell us what you think your party stands for, as opposed to coming to show and trying to dictate to us, but not talking about your missteps. I think it's good to always be open-minded, to understand that parties have perfection and they also have weaknesses. So I want us to just start from that. So if you want to begin, I think you missed an opportunity by by telling us about your party. That was a missed opportunity. Instead of telling us how to conduct the show, you would have done well for yourself to begin the show by telling us about your party. So, but anyway, that's the first comment that I want to just tell you. If you care, you can also introduce your party and your stand-up bearer if you care to do that, and then we can go from there.
So I can begin with that. No problem. But it's important for us to set, the broader framework of this discussion so that our people can be able to understand. I did not intend to dictate to you. By the way, you are the panelist and I'm a guest. So I also have my right to be able to suggest to you how we proceed so that it gives me the opportunity to better discuss the Unity Party. And then you can ask all of your questions. If you believe there are missteps, I'm willing to be able to respond to you. So the truth of the matter is that the Unity Party, the yeah, so you just have to be a bit cool tempered, madam. The Unity Party, of course, is the biggest
Excuse me.
opposition political party in the country.
Excuse me. No,
It's
I'm sorry.
Dr. Richardson,
No,
you will have
Stanford,
the time.
please.
Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson,
Please.
you will have the time to speak.
No.
Allow him
It's
to,
just
Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson, allow him to
You have a
finish.
guest
We
coming to the
have
studio and
Dr.
telling me that
Richardson.
be cool temper. I've never ever been hot tempered to this guest before. I
Dr.
think
Richardson,
that's been disrespectful.
Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson, you will have your time to speak. Again, we don't have to interrupt, please.
I don't like that behavior.
Amos, can you please proceed, sir, please?
So I was actually interrupted. So I hope I can be added. The time will be added. So as I was saying to you, the UP obviously is the biggest opposition political party, and we took over this country when it was a pariah state, as a matter of fact. And at that time, basic infrastructure, governance were in shambles. The economy was in shambles. Liberia suffered brain drain, and what we did basically was to be able to institute the appropriate governance measures that will establish the foundation for microeconomic stability and for growth on the overall. So as a party, we thought to first and foremost begin by lobbying with the international community to ensure that we remove the heavy debt burden of 4.9 billion, which we did very successfully. In addition to that, of course, we are aware of the fact that civil servants in this country were taking home 15 United States dollars twice a year. The UP administration did a coup to ensure that we increased that money by about 600%. We successfully did that. We made a budget of 80 million. We increased the budget to 60 million by 2018. In the Republic of Liberia. In addition to that, of course, when it comes to basic governance issues, public sector institutions in Liberia were not responsive to the shared needs of the citizens of Liberia. So on the basis of all of those different dauntingly governance challenges, the UP thought to set the country on a path of economic growth. So by 2018, we were able to at least leave a nation with a moderate macroeconomic stability on environment. Of course, had it not been for the interruption of the Ebola, Liberia was gradually moving towards a lower middle income economy. And as a matter of fact, between 2013 to 2014, we had a GDP growth rate consistently of 8.7 to 8.9%. So that's the extent to which, we met Liberia and where we left this nation. Where we are at the moment as a party is to be able to focus more on establishing a governance platform on which Liberians can be key players, and for the most part, that will enable all of us collectively to build a nation where the future of our country will rest in the hands of the unborn generation. So that's where we are. That's my premise. Then when it comes to Joseph Kimamba,
SG, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate that. Again, we'll have to exercise some restraint on this time factor. Dr. Richardson, your second question, or you can make a comment.
Okay, so I want to just start off by saying it is inappropriate for a panelist or a guest panelist like you, Mr. Twe, to come on the show and not know me from anywhere just to start asking me to calm down. I was definitely speaking in one of my comments voice. It sounds funny to you, but it's very rude to do that. Okay. The second thing I want to ask you is, to what extent do you think that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's leadership play a significant role in attaining some of the stability you talk about in terms of your macroeconomic stability? Do you think the leader of your party at the time, who was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, contributed greatly to this stability as compared to the leadership that you have now?
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Mr. Toy, your 2 minutes, sir. Mr. Toy, your 2 minutes, sir. Go ahead. You can talk to us. Are you hearing us? Emmas? All right, I think we're having some technical issue in the studio. We are. James, can you reach out to Yekezi, see what's happening? We are seeing Mr. Toy, but he's not speaking. I think we're having some technical. Welcome to the show, Senator Snow. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for accepting to contribute, to be one of our contributing guests. Can you talk to us while we get Amos ready to come back?
Thank you, Stan, and happy seeing you and Dr. Richardson. And it's always a pleasure participating in the Spoon Talk, because I think it's very educative and they help us a lot. So I'm glad to be a part of the show.
How many of you see me?
I call you first, Kev.
You call your name, Kev?
Kev, I call you first before Dr. Richardson.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't hear me? You know I will call you first any day.
All right, my friend.
The only person I would have called before you was Ben on the show, but you're not Ben there, so I
don't call me the first next now.
All right. Thank you. I think, let me see if we get them. Can you hear us, Yekezi?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Yekezi. So, James, start Mr. Toy, 2 minutes, please. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I mean, I can respond, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, again, let me say here for the record that I am on the show to respond to as many questions as you want to ask, but we will not tolerate the characterization by one of your panelists to characterize somebody, your guest, as being rude. I think it's very unnecessary. You understand? From the very get-go, I mean, we're all joking, and she was joking as well. But to tell me I'm arrogant and rude, I mean, that's been disrespectful also to me as your guest. Okay? So for me to answer your question is for me to be able to hear you well. So on the basis of that, I have said to you that first of the UP did extremely well by laying the foundation for microeconomic growth. Who was the president at the time? It was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, our foremost standard bearer. So she must have played a leading role along the role of getting Liberia to where we left this nation. You understand? So, of course, she used her leadership as president of Liberia to be able to lobby the international community, for example, Deb Weaver. Result of quality leadership. She, along with Joseph Yamabwaka, who did that. So we recognize our former leader, our former stand-up. So if you ask me to what extent Johnson Sirleaf play, she played a very leading role of the nation, a leader of the Unity Party. You understand? So she's not former stand-up president, okay, of the Republic of Liberia. So this is the reason why the legacy projects at UP's 12 years administration had either been quality leadership dispensed by Joseph Yamabwaka and Sirleaf. So the both of the reason why every time here in fulfillment of Article 58 of the nation of the Constitution of Liberia,
so
state of affairs of the nation always commend Joseph.
All right. Emma Stewart, my brother, we always glad to have our guests on our show. But we're cultural-oriented folks. And I hope we can just kill this tonight. Where we are, if you speak to a lady and whatever way we all may be joking, they get right to take it in any other way. So let's squash this. And I think that comment made, we shouldn't repeat it. And these are the things we need to improve on. Your comment made towards Dr. Richardson was inappropriate.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I hope we can move on. Probably you were kidding,
Thank you.
but we should show some respect to our sisters, our mothers, our wives, our girlfriends, and whosoever else females in our life.
Thank
And
you,
I
Steve.
and I respect that for you saying thank you. So let me ask you my question. Ambassador Boyka, former Vice President Boyka, Madam Sirleaf, President Sirleaf, you are saying that they work together. We all do believe they work together. Super duo. But can you speak to Liberians tonight that Ambassador Boyka will accept the good, the bad, and the ugly under the 12 years of Madam Sirleaf? Can you tell Liberians tonight that he will not only accept that which was better, but he will also accept that which was bad? Oh, he's off. What's going on with the internet, man?
You see, I want to say.
I think.
But I'm hearing you. Actually,
But
I'm hearing.
Oh, you can. Oh, he can hear me. He can hear me. But if you hear the question, SG, if you hear the question, please.
Yeah, I'm
That's
hearing
my
you. Yes,
question.
sure.
Yeah, that's my question. My time is up. That's my question.
What you see, CEO, it's important to indicate here to you that Ambassador Joseph Jimabwaka and Mrs. Sally Johnson Sirleaf, our former president, were two good friends during the 12 years, and they still are. So I wouldn't want to consider that to be ugly or the bad. You know, there were challenges along the path of implementing our medium term. There were challenges, and of course, some of those challenges probably we'll talk about them later on tonight.
Okay.
And we made huge progress, and of course, we can see them visibly clear across the Republic of Liberia. So the fact that it was under their leadership that those progress or successes were scored. It's also important that under their leadership, you know, the challenges that we continue to talk about, we highlight them. So we cannot take credit for the successes and at the same time despise, you know, the challenges. It's important. I mean, the truth of the matter is that there is no government across the global community, even in the Western world, there's no government that's 100% competent. We are aware of that. There will all be challenges here and there. So I mean, it was not. Those challenges also, you know, we experienced them as a government, and so we acknowledge a number of them. Mrs. Sirleaf, our former president, acknowledged them. Our vice president, former vice president, and current political leader of the UP acknowledged a number of them. And so they were two friends, and they were two leaders of the nation. We recognized the progress that they scored together. So I don't think there's a need for us to, you know, repeat some of the things that have been said. Some of them are spilled milk. As a party, we're forging ahead. We're forging ahead with our current leader, and of course, we got to be able to sometimes look back and learn lessons. You understand, from
Thank
some
you.
of the mistakes, some of the
Thank you.
mistakes.
And I believe,
We're
and
doing
I
well.
believe,
I can say that.
Secretary General Amos Tway, I believe you are observing our time clock as well. Let me go ahead and
I
ask
was
you my
asking your
second
screen,
question.
especially.
Oh, okay. We're about to remove you and put you on the other seat, which will be better because I think we really
Yeah,
want you
sure.
in the studio. All right. Let me ask my second question, Chief. Let me ask you my second question. My second question have to do with my first question. Squander's opportunity, 12 years working with Madame Sirleaf. 12 years. Uncle Joe been working with Madame Sirleaf. Whatever the failures together as president and vice president, I want you to tell Liberian tonight that Madame Sirleaf achievement, everything she failed to do, some folks say she disappointed Liberians. Ambassador Barker is willing to accept it likewise. Not only the good, but the bad. But that which was wrong. Can you say he will accept both, not just one? I want to repeat my question because it's important. Can you do that? Can you assure Liberian tonight? My time is up. Talk to us, brother.
I'm not
Yeah,
getting
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead, brother. Talk to us.
No, I was not getting you. Actually, the network keeps fluctuating.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Can you tell
Yeah, I'm
Yakezee to
getting you
come
now.
on? You can get me?
Yeah,
Can you
I'm
hear
hearing
us?
you now. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
repeating my
sure, I am.
question. Yeah, Amos, I'm repeating my question. Not only the good, because your opposition saying Ambassador Bwaka only accept the good of the 12 years and not the bad. I want you to directly speak to that you accept both the good, the bad, and the ugly. Not talk about the achievement part, but the failure as well.
Well, you, I can answer now, right?
Oh yeah, sure, brother. Go ahead. I'm done.
Well, the truth, I think you're repeating the same question, Staton. I have indicated to you here that as a party, a former ruling party, a party that is preparing to participate in the presidential and legislative elections in 2023, we take responsibility of some of the challenges that we face with during the 12 years of administration. At the same time, we take credit for the successes that we score, and we can go on naming those successes. I've just told you one of them, just one, that we were able to ensure that Liberia's debt burden of 4.9 billion was removed from on the country's shoulder. Civil servants' salary by 600% from 15 United States data that they were taking twice a year based on the category of employment. Some of them were making, 250, 300, etc. Unfortunately, we'll talk about that the CDC sliced the salary of civil servants by about 50%. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about some of the policy slippages along that line. So the fact that we can recognize those progress, it's also important that as a party, we recognize some of the challenges. Okay, we like to refer to them as challenges. And Ambassador Boakai and Ellie Johnson Sirleaf were president and vice president of Liberia for 12 years. And he is now steering the affairs of the Unity Party in the 2023 elections. He's going to run on the party's ticket as presidential candidate. So, from all indications, we recognize Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf as our former leader. Indicated to you that almost about 4 to 5 different times, every time she
Thank you very much.
Legislature.
Thank you very much, Secretary General.
Yeah, sure. So I read that. So, but that's
let me bring in Kev Hassan.
Of some of the progress we spoke.
Thank you very much, Amos. Thank you, Kev. Your 2 questions. Start, my brother.
Okay. Let me say this before I start my question.
Your clock is rolling, brother.
Okay. Well, I will say this to you, CEO. I commend you for addressing the issue on our sister, Dr. Richardson. I think, Mr. Amos Twe, you were out of line with Dr. Richardson. You come here to answer a question, and I think you should answer the question. You're out of line. But let me ask you this: what are some of the signature achievements that you can say on this panel today that JMB achieved, that the Liberian people benefit? And I underline the word benefit. Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Amos, you got a question? Amos. All right.
I don't think he
No, yeah. The internet is giving us some serious problem. James, can you call Yakezee? Let them put Amos in Yakezee chair. That would be better. I think that's a certain arrangement. Welcome to the show, Mariah. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show. where we try to get Amos back.
Yeah.
Senator Snow is our contributing guest for tonight, as Amos Twer served as the guest for the program, Secretary General of Unity Party. Uh, Go ahead, say something to us, Dr. Peabody, while we try to get Amos back.
Well, it's good to be here. It's good to be on the show here. I've been following in the car on my way from work, listening to Amos Twer and talking about all the Unity Party achievement and all that. I got some questions, so when the time comes, I will get into him. But it's good to see everybody on the Friday, and great show, guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Anthony Yakula.
I don't know. Maybe it's my internet, but it's kind of breaking up. Is it just me or everybody else?
We're good on this side, but apparently in Liberia, you're having internet problem. Amos is going off and on.
Yes. Oh. Yeah, no, it's good to be here.
Internet, so you should pay for serious internet. Pay for cheap one.
Okay.
If you're in Liberia, you will know that the LTA has also increased the surcharges and data is being wiped out very quickly, and it's become more expensive for the poor people who can afford internet.
You're not poor. You're not poor.
But Kev, something her mini is running out if you interrupt her. It means we have to add to it. So please, you see the clock we get up here? Yeah. Everybody entitled to the mini. Please don't interrupt.
You forget.
We'll take our time and give it to her.
Thank you.
No, I'm so sorry.
Okay, no, but I was just saying it's good being here. I look forward to the conversation or the discussion. And I mean, the internet is bad, so I hope Amos is able to come back on so we can continue the conversation.
Correct. I think we got Amos. Amos, can you hear us?
Amos. How you doing, madam?
Can you hear us, Amos?
What's up, my brother?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm hearing you. Start on.
Good. So, Kev, please repeat your question, Kev. Your 1 minute start, Kev. Repeat your question, please.
Amos Twer, as you know, your standard bearer not only become a vice president, he worked in the government, he worked all over 40 something years. Can you name me the signature achievement on Mr. Booker, former vice president, that the Liberian people benefited?
Thank you, Kev. Amos?
Yeah, sure. Oh, Kev. Again, it seems to me that we have to go back to the Liberian civics to basically tell you what the Constitution of Liberia says about the responsibility of the vice president of the country.
No, I'm not talking about
For
vice
12
president.
years, the vice president.
No. I stated.
Kev, you're not Kev. Kev, don't interrupt. Kev, his time is running. Don't interrupt him, please. You will have the chance to come back. Please. Amos, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So you have to add my time up. So I began serving LPRC as managing director for LPMC rather, and as managing director for LPMC, under his leadership, for the first time in the history of this country, Liberia was able to export cocoa and coffee as far as Sweden. In addition to that, Liberia was also able, LPMC under his watch, contributed to the national budget in the tune of 40 to 50 million United States dollar. The very first time in the history of this country. Okay, so they had a turnover, annual turnover. That history is very clear. Go to the LP, today is Lacra. Under his watch, in addition to that, there was he also served as Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Liberia. During his administration, if you know you've ever heard about the Bon County Agriculture Cooperative, the Nima County Agriculture Cooperative, of course, Lofa County Agriculture Cooperative. These cooperatives were established under the watch of Joseph Nyamabwaka. Today, when you go in Nima County, there's a place in Nima called Nekpen. In Nima, in that Nekpen, they have the Nekpen Seed Multiplication Center. You understand? During his leadership, Lofa County, by the way, did not carry rice from Monrovia to Lofa. Lofa was almost moderately food sufficient. That particular idea of you, for example, Bon County and Nimba as the hub of rice in Liberia is an idea that Joseph Nyamabwaka has now in his concept called arrest. That later on, if you have interest. So, as an individual who lifespan in the public service, maybe we can say around 30 years or so, it's important to let you know that throughout his service in Liberia, there is not that Bwaka had as a public servant in Liberia. Bwaka also said that he headed the West Africa Rice Development Association. And of course, he served as vice president of this country for 12 years. So all through those years, in his public service record, you will not hear, as compared to this government, where you got people on sanctions here and there.
Thank you. Thank you.
You will not hear.
Kev, your second question. Your second question.
My second question, what I'm hearing,
caught in act of corruption. Also,
thank you, thank you, Emma Stewart. Emma Stewart, thank you. Your second question, Kev. Go ahead.
My second question, what I'm hearing Emma Stewart saying here that the people of Lofa satisfied and they have enough rice by JMB. That's what he's saying. He's telling the Liberian people right now, when you go to Lofa, they're satisfied, they have enough rice, they have enough everything. That's what he's saying. So I want the people of Lofa.
Emma's not interrupt him. We'll come back to you.
Let me ask you this. Why he was fired under Doe as an agriculture minister? Why he was fired? Why JMB was fired under Doe as agriculture minister? Tell the Liberian people why he was fired.
Thank you.
So the first correction is that I have told you about as far as the 80, and then today you say you won't go to Lofa. Imagine, so is there, what's the problem with comprehension? The second thing is that, Kev, the Constitution of Liberia bequeaths a responsibility to the presidency. But the way relieving a public sector official from the job is the responsibility of the president. When Samuel Doe relieved our standard bearer from his, no. So you got to understand what the constitutional responsibilities are when it comes to assigning, officials of government in public sector institutions of this country. The president has the extraordinary constitutional prerogative to appoint and remove people from government. Of course, that lies in the view of Samuel Doe. But what is very important, for example, Edmund Sawyer is good, may peace be to his arches. Prior to his passing, he appeared, I remember very well, at OKFM, and he indicated also this rumor that our standard bearer, he indicated interest amongst the different warring factions. So he needed to ensure that the form of satisfaction amongst warring faction leaders when it comes to job allocation. And that was how job. So again, it's part of the from government. But the key thing, the key message you need to take tonight, Kev, is that Ambassador Bwaka was not relieved from his job for incompetence, for corruption, or for any
Thank you. Wow. The internet is bad in Liberia, bro. Senator Snow, we're bringing you on. I understand that Amos 12 went off again. We hope to have him, but talk to us, Senator. Thank you for joining us.
Well, I think I'm enjoying the show. I'm listening to the show. I think the beginning was good when Dr. Richardson tried to get Mr. Twe not to change a topic, because I think he was trying to be smart. You're trying to critique the United Party, and he was trying to lay the platform of a bigger campaign message. So I think, and when she caught him on that point, he came back very hard. But I'm happy that when you came in, he acknowledged his mistake and he apologized. That was very good of him. Other than that, I think the questions are going good. Again, the other point came in with two Unity Party, which Amos say is not true, but I think it's a known fact that there are two Unity Parties. It may not be as proclaimed as it is in the Liberty Party or so, but there are two Unity Party, I think, and that's where the disconnect is, and I think those will be some of the challenges as they prepare for 2023 polls.
So he's going to be coming back, and your question, I think they are set. I want you to ask your question as we bring him back before going over to Dr. Peabody and Mariah. Amos,
you want questions for me?
Yeah, sure. You have a question for him. You can ask him a question.
Sure.
Amos, Senator Snow have his 1 minute.
Yeah,
your first question, Senator.
By the way, may I yes. Yeah, I'm back. But I want to ask a question, please. Who is Mr. who is Senator Snow on his platform tonight? Are you what? A panelist, big brother?
Yeah, he's our contributing panelist for tonight.
Amos, how are you?
Never.
Amos, my question to you, since I have 1 minute, do you agree with me that Vice President Boyka has blown off his final chance to the presidency by not being able to maintain the CPP as a political bloc?
Good question.
That's my question.
Very good question.
It's unfortunate that you will start with that, big brother. I didn't expect that you will start with that, actually, because the truth is that, given the political savviness, you should be able to understand very deeply the independence, first and foremost, of these political parties. The political parties love their names or their independence. Every political institution in the CPP maintain their independence, and so they have responsibility for themselves to decide on what to do and what not to do. CPP should split. You need to understand also that the UP entered into the CPP with good faith. That was the intention of the establishment of the CPP on the overall. So if there were challenges, there were disagreement along the lines that led to where we are today, and for somebody to attempt to attribute those to Ambassador Joseph Jima Boakai, it's unfortunate. Okay? In any case, the UP, the Unity Party owner Joseph Jima Boakai worked very tirelessly to ensure that there was unity within the CPP. But at some point in time, when it became very clear that parties were, deciding to go on their own, you could not have expected UP to become the glue and say everybody they are constrained to maintain the CPP at all costs. Even to the extent, and I know that this other question is going to come in, if you can get me to answer and add the other meanings to it, I would do that about Joseph Jima Boakai going to quote-unquote court. Okay? This is something that Joseph Jima Boakai did not do on his own as an individual. It's important to let people know.
Thank you, Amos. Amos, we're going to come to that. We got a lot to cover. Amos, I beg you, sir, just observe our time, my brother. We are a lot. We got to cover everything. Okay, Senator, your second question, sir.
Well, again, my second question will be a follow-up to the first question. I think that's the meat of my appearance tonight. Belinda Ure strangely maintained the CPP as a bloc. Yomli Kanga Lawrence maintained the CPP as a bloc. Mr. Alexander Cummings maintained the CPP as a bloc. And just as Ambassador Becker took over, it came the demise of the CPP. Will you admit that he's responsible for the demise of the CPP, especially that this was his final opportunity to the presidency? Will you take responsibility that under his leadership, the CPP collapsed? If not, what share of the responsibility will you want to take?
No. Again, this is a fundamental mistake, Senator Snow. It's unfortunate, okay, that Bwaka should take responsibility for where the CPP is. The CPP already started having problems. When Joseph Numa Bwaka took over the CPP, you are aware, and it's the public record, that on several occasions there were attempts to call leaders of CPP together to a meeting, and people to police individuals, to police political parties. So the fact that the disagreement started from different regimes, even on Mr. Arizona comments, there were agreements. On Senator Nyomdi Kanga Lawrence, there was some form of disagreements. Of course, we are not in any way trying to attribute what happened to the CPP to a particular individual. But it's important to let you know that as a result of the determination of Joseph Numa Bwaka to ensure that there's respect for every leader within the CPP, wanted to constrain, do things all of course, the CPP. However, things, the very political, we still have Allah within the CPP. Okay, I mean, we still have the Liberty Party is still our ally. Nyomli Kanga Lawrence, who headed the CPP of in the Unity Party. So for you to attempt here and give a twist to what occurred in the CPP and attribute that to UP, I think is unfortunate, Senator Snow. It's unfortunate.
Thank you very much, guys. Senator Snow, let me give you another 30 seconds. You've got something to come back to.
Thank you. I'm trying to get adjusted to the new ground rules. I don't want to.
Yeah, we have to. This is our first.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be the Kev and Mariah. I don't want to do a Kev and Mariah tonight. So I'm trying to get adjusted. So my brother Twer, the sooner, or it may be too late now, but the sooner you realize that, the better it is for you. I agree there were challenges under the leadership of all of the former leaders of the CPP. But as predicted, because of your standard bearer inability to unite, because of his inability to make these decisions in time, is why the CPP is where it is today. So I think you will try to escape from responsibility, but I think that squarely rests on the lap, especially when he went to court. I know you tried to preempt the question. When he went to court, he was not dragged to court. The matter of fact, I believe that he sought for the process to go to court. So take responsibility.
Let me respond to this, Senator Snow. I mean, it's unfortunate that once you heard that Amos is coming on, as a panel, as a guest, so you come and give a twist, especially on the CPP issue. This is a misrepresentation of the facts, sir. We continue to indicate to you here, for example, that when Joseph Numa Bwaka took over, we got records on countless of occasions. Parties were invited to meetings. They refused to turn out. Of course, besides Nyomdi Kanga Lawrence, you understand? We could not have forced any individual to sit around a table when the disagreement already started, even prior to Bwaka taking over the CPP. This is something you need to understand. The second point is that many of the panelists on this show tonight, when the question of whether or not Joseph Numa Bwaka should appear at the court, by the way, it was not the UP that took Bwaka to the court, but when that question came out, these panelists agitated that there should be no preferential treatment for an individual. When even the Solicitor General said he would accept, there was this rumor that he would accept a deposition, and people said no, Bwaka should his physical ballot should appear at the court. panelists here, and I know the elder sister, Dr. Chinoway, is one of those who indicated that I remember very well that Bwaka by all costs should appear at the court. So if Bwaka was a winner and he refused to attend to go to the court, what would it have been? How would it have been interpreted by Liberians? That Bwaka evaded justice? Is that what you wanted? So Bwaka is a respecter of the rule of law, of system and processes, of justice, of the court in Liberia. It's on the basis of that he appeared. And even up to this time, Bwaka continues to say to you that, I mean, he and Kumis are still friends, and he respects Kumi a lot. You understand? But it was the mandate of the court. For you to come here and give a twist to the whole thing is unfortunate. Again, I repeat.
Thank you, Amos.
Really unfortunate, Senator.
Thank you, Amos. Mora, can you start your two questions? You want me to begin? And then we'll go to Dr. Peabody.
I'll let the other rule, but let me just get to the point. First, let me clarify that even under the Liberty Party, there were meetings called that Unity Party did not show up to consistently. So let the record reflect that as well. It wasn't just under UP. My first question would be, you mentioned Ambassador Boyka said he and Madam Sirleaf are friends. On her birthday last year, he showed up with a few EC members of the UP. But on her birthday this year, there was not even my time will.
Mariah, James, start Mariah time over. Mariah, please speak into the microphone. I couldn't hear you though. Yeah.
Am I better?
Yes, you're okay.
Okay, thank you. So I said for the record, it wasn't only under Unity Party that meetings were called that other parties didn't show up. Under LP, which had the chairmanship right before UP, there were several meetings called that UP did not show up to, and the records are there. So let's clarify that. My question, though, is you mentioned JMB and Madam Sirleaf are friends. And we saw on the last birthday, he showed up with a few executive members. But on her birthday this year, there wasn't even a Facebook post. And even from the party to the former stand-up bearer, and former Finance Minister Amara Kane had talked about the 17 grievances JMB had against EJS and suggested or recommended that reconciliation could only be done when those grievances were solved. Why do you think JMB did not wish Madam Sirleaf happy birthday this year? And do you know whether the grievances have been resolved?
Thank you, Mariah. Mr. Twat?
I was not really getting Mariah. Her questions kept breaking and so on. But if the question is about reconciliation between,
maybe Mr. Twat, can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay, Mariah, can you say something again? Let's see if it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you repeat your question.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please.
So the first question
go ahead,
the first question is, Madam, you said JMB and Madam Sirleaf are friends. Last year, he went to her house on her birthday with a few EC members. This year, he didn't even as much as say happy birthday to her on his page. And even the Unity Party didn't post a happy birthday message to the former stand-up bearer. And we remember former Minister Amara Kane spoke about how JMB has 17 grievances against Madam Sirleaf since 2017. And he had recommended that the only way a true reconciliation will happen is if those 17 grievances are resolved. So my question is, one, why do you think JMB did not wish his former boss and his friend, as you said, happy birthday on her birthday, which just passed October 29th? And even the party did not do that. And secondly, do you know whether those 17 grievances have been resolved that JMB had against Madam Sirleaf?
Thank you, Mariah. Thanks. Mr. Twat.
I mean, it's Mariah, you're a lawyer. And I'm quite of the ethics that you cannot gossip. You should be able to provide evidence, especially the way you think. It appears to be that they are lies. And again, the social media or Facebook is not a platform, a universal platform. Is not the only universal platform on which birthday greetings will be posted. There are other mediums. So Ambassador Boaka did extend birthday greetings to Madam Ellie Johnson's text message. So I don't know where you got that your gossip from. And instead of you authenticating that, you decide to come and bring it on this platform, you know. So it's a lie, a very blatant one at that. On the question of 17 grievances or so, look, again, we don't want to keep beating the dead horse, okay? Many of these things are spilled milk. Our attempt as a party is to continue to foster reconciliation and make a compelling case to the citizens of Liberia for the kind of vision that Joseph Jima Boaka has to lift them up the shackles of poverty using his development concept called arrest. So we're not going to go back to 2017. None of you will attempt to carry us back to 2017, no, because we've already closed that chapter. So what we can say to you is that the UP recognizes Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf as our former standard bearer, and we will continue to do that. We recognize her as our former leader of this nation. We will continue to do that. Once the need arises, at any point in time, the both of them can exchange text messages here and there, but it's not a law. It's not force that Joseph Boaka should post Facebook, greetings, of birthday message on Facebook before you know that he messaged Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf. But he did message her.
Thank you.
That's what I can say.
Thank you.
And a number of us UP hierarchies did also
message
message
sir.
her.
We
posted
thank you.
ours on our pages.
Thank you, Mariah. You want to come in with your second question?
So I'm not sure if the second question will take that. I take offense to the fact that Amos will speak to my ethics as a lawyer, and the fact that he says Facebook is not the medium of sending birthday messages. Can you pull up the birthday message from 2021?
It's not the only
that he posted.
Give it a few seconds. They're uploading it. They're uploading it. Give it a few seconds.
And the fact that there's precedent to that effect, that Ambassador Boaka has, in fact, used Facebook to wish Madam Sirleaf a happy birthday, and he did not do that this year. And I'm asking whether you know why he did not, and you took offense to speak to my ethics. I think that was below the line. And I think the panelist on the show, I'm still speaking. And I think as the guest on the show, you should stay away from speaking to panelists' ethics, especially in regards to the career. I would speak to yours as well if I knew what your career was, but I do not take it likely that you speak to my ethics as a lawyer. That's what I have to say.
So again, we'll refrain from the personal attacks.
Thank you. So
and
again,
I think that we
Mariah,
are
what I heard you say.
It must.
Yes, sir.
I want us to start. I want us to begin your time, but please, let's refrain from personal.
Okay. So Mariah, first off, again, we are not in court. The UP and no one is in court to come and provide evidence on whether or not Boaka sent birthday greetings to Mrs. Sirleaf. You understand? I have indicated to you here. I have indicated to you here.
Question.
Okay, what's going on?
I have indicated to you, Mariah. I have indicated. Yeah, I have indicated to you, my sister, that Ambassador Boaka did the both of them have exchanged text messages when she returned from even her surgery, and of course during her birthday, and a number of us party leaders posted on our respective Facebook pages. So the part that I brought in the ethical issue, probably is because of the network, but I take that back, and but it's important for you to verify information before spewing that up in the public, before it appears there is actually truthful. And I have indicated to you here that whatever information you may have heard, that both of them have not, or he did not extend birthday greetings to Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf, is a blatant lie. In addition to that, I still maintain that Facebook is not the only medium to which birthday greetings can be posted by leaders. You can exchange text messages. There are several other ways you can exchange information from one person to another. It's not only the Facebook page. That's what I was exactly trying to say to you. You understand? In the case, both of them, to the best of our recollection as a party, Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf remains our leader, our former leader. Ambassador Joseph Jema Boaka is our current leader. And that we will do all we can to ensure that as a party, we maintain the legacy that the both of them were able to establish throughout the 12 years of their administration on the Unity Party banner. That is our responsibility as party leaders. Again,
Thank
we
you,
are
Emas.
not going to go back
Emas,
to
Emas, I
2017.
believe
Because
you're
I know there
watching.
is.
Emas, I think you're watching our time clock, but want to say thank you. Mariah, take another 1 minute. Take another 1 minute to
Right.
to
So
go
I
to your
just
second
wanted
question.
to clarify. Maybe we need to bring my question back, or the network was bad, so you didn't understand my question. Because at no point did I say he did not wish her happy birthday. I said he did not wish her happy birthday on Facebook as he's done before. That was the question.
Oh, okay.
In your response, you could have said he actually did. But you've now confirmed, you said the texted when she came from out of the country. So if he sent her a happy birthday message by text, that's different. But we've seen him do that before. Last year, he posted a happy birthday message to his friend and former President Sirleaf. This year, he did not. And so when you speak of the friendship, and my question to you was directly in regard to the friendship as to whether that friendship still exists, given he did not publicly wish her a happy birthday message on Facebook. That was the question. So it had nothing to do with whether he did privately or not. Nobody knows what the private engagements are. So let's just be clear about it. This is
Thank
about
you,
the
Mariah.
public engagement that we see.
Thank
Can
you,
I ask?
Mariah. Dr. Peabody.
I thought we had two
All right.
questions.
Oh,
You didn't ask your second yet?
Oh, the first one was just on the fact that he did not share a happy birthday.
Go ahead, Mariah.
Went back and forth on it.
Okay, Mariah, ask your second question.
I mean, yeah, I can decide.
Ask your second question, Mariah.
Okay, so my second question to you was, I know in the beginning they talked about the two unity parties, but let me just get to the point. Some of us have been Ellenites since we were 8 years old. We knew when we grew up we would support Madam Sirleaf. And it is fact that in 2017, there was a division in the party where people who were seen to be Ellen people were sidelined, ostracized, put on the side and not involved directly as much. And so that clearly affected, how people took to the campaign in 2017. I think my question to you is, were there any lessons learned from that approach in 2017 with the way certain people known to be Ellenites were treated? Is that going to be repeated again in 2023? Do you think there are lessons learned?
First off, we don't have any record. We have no record about division in the UP, whether in 2017 or not. And what I can say to you is that whatever might have transpired in 2017, as a party, we did a post-mortem. We've been able to assess some of the reasons why things went the way they went. And we have taken stock of some of the fundamental missteps. And as a party, we've corrected them. We are preparing to participate in an election. There's no intention whatsoever to go back to 2017 to open the chapter of 2017. You understand? What any responsible political party will seek to do after an election, whether you get defeated or not, is to ensure, first off, that you conduct a post-mortem, which the Unity Party did in Buchanan. We have those records. There were lots of other things that we jot down as a result of views from different experts in the party. So we're using some of them as lessons learned. I'm not going to point out a particular thing because as a party, it's our responsibility to understand what went wrong, what really happened. So we've been able to assess those. I can say to you, on the question of the 17 count, Mariah, we have no information whatsoever. If Mr. Amara Kone told you that the ambassador Boaka wrote 17 counts, he should come and clarify those 17 counts. Okay, he should come and clarify those 17 counts. So he should come and clarify. We're not going to live live with gossips. That's what I can say to you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peabody.
Brother Tor, good Mr. Tor, good to see you. My question has to do with Vice President Barker relationship maintaining an organization. We see here that like Senator Snow said, the CPP, he couldn't maintain that, and he cannot even maintain a relationship with Vice President Sirleaf. We see that she did not support him during the last election. Is she going to support him again this year?
You done? What was the point?
Did you get my question?
No, Doc.
Okay, I was saying that is my question to you is that it appears that Vice President Barker cannot maintain relationship with his friends. We saw Mr. Cummings, he testified against his friend. We saw he and President Sirleaf did not even endorse him to be president, and he sat there and allowed you guys to vote to expel President Sirleaf. I mean, how can we see him as a leader who will unite his people, or even communicate and have a better relationship with his peers?
That I think is an inaccurate way of playing his relationship with friends for many years down the line. That's what I can say to you. And he has several friends that he has maintained relationships with. Whatever transpired with the Unity Party and Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf post 2017 and 2017, the UP has gotten over that. It's a new chapter that we're opening. So again, I reiterate that the Unity Party recognizes Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf as our former leader, our former standard bearer. We give her all the respect. We know very well that under her leadership, she and Ambassador Joseph Jiman Boakai, for the most part, they deliver on the promises in a number of ways and across several sectors. Because of Ambassador Boakai's quality leadership and the way he maintains his relationship with individuals. This is exactly the reason why Ellie Johnson Sirleaf was able to pick him, to consider him as vice standard bearer in 2005. Somebody who cannot maintain relationship will not work across several public sector institutions. He served as managing director for LPMC, managing director for LPRC, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia for 12 good years. He served as president for the West Africa Rest Development Association. He served as head of the Liberian YMCA. So he has headed several organizations in this country. And of course, today, go to YMCA, the records are there. Again, when it comes to political relationship, you don't decide when somebody should call it a quit. You understand? But I can say to you that all of the friends that Ambassador Boakai were able to establish in 2017, for example, Honorable Ure, they're still good friends. Madam Nyombli Kanga Lawrence, Senator Nyombli Kanga Lawrence, the political leader of the Labour Party, they're still good friends. There are lots of other political leaders in this country that are still good friends with Ambassador Joseph Boakai. It's important that I let you know. It's important that I let you know here that Ambassador Joseph Jiman Boakai did not testify against Cummings. Ambassador Joseph Jiman Boakai was invited to the court to say the truth, nothing but the truth. And up to this time, let me let you know that Ambassador Boakai, the two of them, talk about his friendship. You understand?
Who was the
It's not the Unity Party that took Cummings to court. Mariah, please give me small space, yeah? It was not the Unity Party that took Cummings to court. It was the ANC. Again, we have indicated here to you that panelists on this platform, much more, I can say literally, agitated that Ambassador Boakai or that the Solicitor General should not accept any disposition for Ambassador Boakai, that he should appear in the court, his physical body. And so he was a pointer. You wanted him to evade justice? So Liberians will say, oh, Ambassador Bouaka, who say he's a peaceful man, is a man who believes in the rule of law, is evading justice. He could not have
Thank you.
done that.
Thank you. That's
So I
that's
just
a people. Go
dismiss
ahead.
that aspect about.
Thank you, Amos. Thank you. That's a
My
people.
next question is
Thank you, sir.
obviously he can maintain a relationship, but what she asked him to run the second term, but why she did not endorse him when he was running as the president? It appeared that she didn't think that he was capable to lead the country. Don't you think so? Why she did not endorse him?
You know, I will suggest that you write that question and maybe take it to Mrs. Sirleaf. Because the truth of the matter is that we have indicated to you that whatever transpired in 2017, we've closed that chapter. They're all spilled milk now. The UP was able to conduct a post-mortem. We are being guided by some of the elements within that post-mortem that has, for the most part, helped us to prepare better for the elections in 2023. This is our focus as a party. We're not going to go back. You can't carry us back to 2017 while we're discussing 2023 now. Okay, it's the focus of the Unity Party. Again, the UP recognizes Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf. JNB is the political leader of the UP. We are discussing JNB's vision that encapsulated in the development concept called arrest. What do we do? What JNB intends to do, for example, when it comes to agriculture development? Because it holds enormous potential for economic growth, for job creation, and ultimately placing smiles on the faces of our citizens. It's the focus of Ambassador Joseph Jaman Bouaka. Our focus is not 2017, sir. So let us now repeat the 2017 issues because we've already gotten over that. So as a party, our focus right now is how can we correct the policy slippage administration the UP is focused on. We're making compelling case to the citizens of Liberia across the landscape of this country on what to do for Liberia. Now, what happened in 2017? Well, we're taking several steps, ahead of us. So that I would just suggest that you rest that particular question, or if you say instead to I'm quite sure position.
I'd like an answer from the Vice President.
Senator, may I say something?
Say something, Mariah.
Yeah, I think this whole 1 minute, 2 minute thing is very, very, it's not working because one, the panelists can't even get a word out. You asking them to ask questions and not say anything. You giving the guest wait on, let me respond. Let me say what I want to say. You're giving the guests 2 minutes to respond every time, even if it's not a question. If they're responding to a response at the same time,
we will have that Mariah, we'll have that conversation in the back. Mariah, listen.
This is being done intentionally to give UP such leverage tonight so that nobody disturbs Bala. Then let them say what they want to say and put their things out there. And the panelists are restricted. Then to come out and say, "Oh, we discussed it off." No,
Mariah, your 1 minute is hold on now.
It's not up. I think that 8 seconds. Look at this. You can't even say a word.
So you still got 4 seconds. But Mariah, listen though. Listen, let's try to bring in Amos Twe again. This is our trial. I think we are doing extremely well. We're gonna put up this. If you want extra time, you can have extra time. We have to control the interruption. I mean, it's good that we are trying this thing out. We will do better and we will get better. Santuan and George, thank you for joining us. But I mean, Georgie, why we try to bring in Amos Twe back? Your own take on his answer.
Well, I think Mr. Twe, he seems to be a very brilliant young man, very eloquent, and he's responding like a politician. And I think he's holding his ground so far in defending his party and his standard bearer so far. I think he's answering the questions, and I must give it to him so far. He's holding his ground.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me go back to Senator Snow. Senator, you are contributing panelist here tonight. Let me ask you though. Listen to what is saying. If all is good and all is well, why you left the UP? Why you?
I think Troy is struggling. I'm shocked that Timberlake would think that he's doing his best. He's struggling. It's a very difficult zone he's in. Even with this timing, you're doing that, it's not working so well for a political talk show. He's still struggling. How can you account for even Emmanuel Nokwe? Emmanuel Nokwe, who was just a running mate in 2017, is not supporting you in 2023. Vanish Sherman is no longer supporting you. Raymond Pay is no longer supporting you. Mariah Yakula is no longer supporting you. And you say you're doing well? Are you kidding? George Wisner is no longer supporting you.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? The guys are dreaming, actually. He's dreaming. The old man has not been able to. Edwin Snow, I supported Omen Bweta with my everything. George Weah, I did not speak for 2 years. Today, look where I am. So how can you justify? How can you say he's doing okay? How can you say you're
Can I come in?
How? Yo, let you finish.
I said stop interrupting me.
Kev, I beg you, Kev. The internet is not doing well. So if you're talking on the air, we are not hearing those from Liberia, please. I'll yield back to you 30 seconds, Senator Snow.
Thank you. Be very fair. Thank you. So I don't understand how is the Unity Party. I mean, I think they're dreaming. And you're talking about, you maintain relationship with Bernard Uri. I can tell you tonight on this show and go and mark it down. As soon as Joseph Brecker announces Yombly as his running mate, Bernard Uri going to leave them. Take it tonight. As soon as he announced Yombly as his running mate, Uri will leave him also. So you are actually dreaming. It's not working. You're not being able to maintain. Look, the biggest political asset in Nigeria today is Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. There's a woman you served for 12 years, and she's now with you back to back. And then you say, oh, you didn't post birthday greeting this year, but you posted it last year, and you're questioning somebody's credential, and you're doing this. Look, the guy is struggling. Amos Troy, one of my very good friends. I really like him. He's a very smart gentleman. But on this show tonight, forget it. He's not resonating at all. I don't think he can learn.
So this is what we're going to do because I'm from out there myself. Please, we want to have a very, very interactive, entertaining program. We will ask everyone, please, do not interrupt. We'll take down the countdown for a minute. Okay, we are all professional. We are all mature. Please do not interrupt. We will take down the countdown. If you must say something, just at least, I'll let you in Sunday school, raise your hand, and we will recognize you. But we have to give everyone equal time. We want the best out of Amos Tway, and we just don't want to make this show like we are in the Catholic Church. Please, I'm sorry, folks. All right, so let's take down the countdown. Let's take down the countdown for a minute, and let's have a rapid firing show. Sintomani George, make your case, my brother. It's your turn.
Well, let me congratulate you, Amos Tway, on your election
Can
Secretary General of the former ruling Unity Party. And I must say this: since up to today's date, former Vice President Boga remains he's the strongest opposition leader in the country so far. There's every poll we have seen. He's been leading. Everybody talk to on both sides. I tell you, he's the most formidable opposition figure in the country. Make no mistake about that. I would say this: he's strong. And what I'm hearing, if from the other parties, if that happens, I mean, it will be a reawakening for the political arena. So I would say this: my only problem with the former vice president, one of the problems I have is that he allowed the CPP to disintegrate. I think that one of his when he assumed the leadership of the CPP, one of those who said on the platform that the CPP were going to bring them together, but unfortunately, they disintegrated on his watch. But the former vice president, they made no mistake, despite all, and all those who left him, he's still the formidable candidate in the race. Anybody talked about them? It's JMB. I got folks on the ground now who are doing internal polling in Liberia, and JMB is stopping. So I would say this: he's a formidable candidate, and should not make no mistake. If election is held today, if the held today is on November 4th, he'll be go against President we are. That's just the reality. Well, I admit the fact. Okay, but Mr. Tue, my question to you is that with 339 days to the election, the last time the former vice president hastily chose his running mate, and people believe that one of the reasons why he didn't fare too well in the election. What plans are you guys making? What's the plan in motion for you guys to select his running mate? Come with 339 days to the election. You know, you have a problem with there's an issue in the Liberty Party and so forth, but he's in collaboration with other parties. What plan are you guys making to make sure that this time his ticket will be more formidable?
Thank you, Tomale. Thank you very much for those earlier compliments about the vice president. I'm glad that we have someone who understands the political mosaic of the country. This is very good. But look, the vice president takes into consideration the different concerns from our people about the running mate issue. And so on the basis of that, the vice president has assured Liberians, and I'm going to reiterate that here, that he's going to select someone who shares his vision for Liberia's transformation, for lifting our people from poverty. And his running mate will be selected in time. Of course, the issues of 2017 will not be repeated. That's what I can say to you. It's going to be a running mate that will be admired, as Liberians have already, or Liberians are continuing to admire Ambassador Joseph Jema Boaka in an unabated fashion. That's what I can say to you with the running mate issue. So I know that there are lots of concerns, and so those concerns will be addressed as soon as possible. Let me respond to Senator Snow. This is very much important. Look, about Joseph Boaka not maintaining a relationship, because of that. Senator Snow, you support Ambassador Joseph Jema Boaka. You want us to go, you support George Weah. You want us to go into the CDC and tell you how George Weah have not been able to maintain relationships? If
no,
you are using that,
today's Unity Party, not CDC night.
No. Because you support George Weah, you support CDC. So it's important to do this competitive analysis. Chief, the CDC,
no, we can do that,
all of the former chairpersons of the sure. All of the former chairpersons of the CDC, Senator Snow, they are not with George Weah. A number of them are alive. One of them is with ANC. What have you to say about that? You got Jericho Bangalu. He's currently with the Unity Party, of course, one of the party leaders. They let Geraldine Doe Sharif. You understand? She was beaten and nearly tortured. You want us to tell you about how CDC have treated former party leaders? George Solo. Do you want us to tell you about George Solo? He has come on this platform and told you about George Weah's relationship, how he doesn't maintain relationship, but you support him. Senator Snow yourself, as an individual. Let's face it, if we were to dig deep into party's history and how people have grasshopper from one party to another party, you're one of the example. Joseph Boaka cannot maintain individual who, place above, the interest above the nation's interest. That is the problem with people who believe or who think that Boaka should promise everybody jobs and give you this one, that one, because he wants to maintain certain relationship. Boaka has maintained his relationships as far as 40 years ago, okay? But politically speaking, Boaka cannot maintain individuals who believe that their personal interest should be taken above the nation's interest. And Saleh, Big Brother Snow, you're one of the living example. So
Thank you very much.
We can be discussing about talking about maintaining relationships.
Thank you. Emas, thank you. Honorable Snow, let me give you 1 minute to respond to him. Then we'll move to Dr.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you. Well, it's unfortunate, Emas, because
I want
you're talking about being backsapper.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's wrong. I'm not a member of the CDC.
I'm not a member of the CDC.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead, Snow. Go ahead.
All right. So you're talking about being a political grasshopper. You know it's wrong. I'm not a member of the CDC. I'm just saying to you that the standard bearer has not been able to maintain relationship. He's not been able to keep a collaboration together. He's not been able to make decision in time. Like Timothy just told you, he made a decision to nominate his running mate 20 minutes or 2 hours rather to the closure of the process. again, he's going to have the same problem. Right now, he's playing between Yomli and Berenna and everybody. And we all know he's going to come out with Yomli, but he's afraid because Berenna going to walk away. So when you're afraid to make decisions, you could not maintain the support of Madame Sirleaf. She's the biggest political asset in the country. You cannot maintain that. Raymond Pay, who was your bulldog, he's no longer with you. Vanis Sherman, who sacrificed everything for you, he's no longer with you. Again, Emmanuel Nokwe, your running mate, where is he? Where is Moral Yakula? Where is Edwin Snow? Where is James Colley, Dr. James Colley? You went after James Colley because of what his father did to you in 1979. You know, so it's not possible.
So I think
No, hold
I think
on,
we should, if we can make this a debate between
Amos,
yes, sir.
Amos, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Amos, you the guest. We'll always come back
Okay.
to you. But please do not interrupt. Allow the panelists to speak. Honorable Snow, are you done?
No, he finished. Oh.
Well, I'm done. I'm done.
Senator finished.
Done. All right.
I'm done.
All right. I know. Thank you. I know you will come down, but somebody ask your second question. We got to go to our sisters and we got to bring in Kev.
Mr. Twe, we have other candidates in the race. We have another the former Minister of Labor, Councillor Gonglo is in the race. We have Madam Cooper and so forth. When we look out there, there's not many. The vice presidential picks. There are not many out there for to run a ticket. So I want to find out whether you guys have talked to approach any of the candidates in the race. Have you guys been talk to them, like Gonglo, so forth, and others? Who you think you guys will form a ticket for the 2023 elections? And then tell us about that, and then news on that.
Thank you, Tomale.
And just a bonus too. Just a bonus, right? What's the relationship between you and your former, you and the former Secretary General Mo Ali? Just since you talk about this. Thank you.
Oh, Mo is a friend. He's a brother. In fact, today we texted one another. We're always talking. So he's a very nice gentleman. That's what I can say to you with regard to our relationship. He's a very great guy. A former party leader, and so we always give him the deference. You understand? So look, Ambassador Bwaka respects everyone in this country, and those who are desirous of contesting for the presidency of Liberia, including the land councillor Tiewa Gonglo. That's what I can say to you. We respect all of them. Ambassador Bwaka respects all of them. And of course, I think they see one another as comrades. Okay, so, but what I can say is that the ambassador, our standard bearer, is going to select his running mate in time. He's going to do that in time. Okay, again, I'm back to Honorable Snow, Senator Snow. Relationship, if we are to discuss relationship, Chief, I mean, we can be discussing, the person you support, the fact that you support him, whether you're part of the party or not, then we have to do the comparative analysis between the both of them with regard to who maintains relationship better. All of us are aware. I don't want to keep calling names here and there, but we know individuals who have been thrown under the bus by this president. You understand? A number of them. Today, they are not supporting him. Relationship-wise, how many Liberians have gotten very terribly disappointed in President George Weah for his failure to keep promises? That is relationship as well. There are lots of Liberians, according to the World Bank report, the Outlook report on Liberia 2020, the World Bank Economic Outlook report, the fact that you are unable to keep promise, you also unable to keep relationship. We got to be able to state that. 526 Liberians have slumped deeper into the shackles of poverty as a result of the failure of this administration to keep their promise. It's relationship that he had with the Liberian people, but he has failed on that. You should be able to speak to that. Unfortunately, you're supporting somebody who cannot maintain such relationship. How can you talk about relationship when Ambassador Bwaka still has his friends, even the political friends? Nyombli Kanga Lawrence is still around. Of course, you keep talking about Mr. Ure. I don't know what discussion the two of you are having, but Mr. Ure is still good friend to Ambassador Joseph Nyaman Bwaka. There are lots of politicians. We have Alexander Wapo, even Councillor Tiewa Gonglo that he just mentioned. They're all friends to Ambassador Joseph Nyaman Bwaka. Okay, but again, If you think Ambassador Boaka will maintain a relationship because he's getting in collusion with somebody to steal the Liberian people, taxpayers' money, he will not do that. If that is the kind of relationship you're talking about, he's not going to do that. Ambassador Boaka will enter into will continue to maintain his relationship with individuals who, of course, who are like-minded like him, who share his vision as well for the development of this country. And this is the reason why you see that there is sweeping wave of endorsement.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Amos, thank you. Amos, thank you. I know we're going to Dr. Richardson, Mariah Yakula, Kep Hassan, but Snow, again, I give you 30 seconds. You like to respond? Please do.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Amos, when you talk about relationship, and let me just say this, Ken, I will not allow Amos to change this show. This show is not about defending George Weah or the CDC. It's about critiquing Joseph Boaka and the United Party. So, yeah. So I'm not going to defend Mr. Weah tonight. If I'm invited on this show to defend him, I will defend. So you're not going to smartly try to change this topic to a CDC topic. Let's go back to the topic with Joseph Boaka. For example, let me use myself for an example. Your old man that I supported with everything in 2017, you know what he told me in the end one day? When George Weah had a press conference and challenged him on certain things, I just sent a text message to you. He responded to me and said, you say, I don't trust you, but what you have done, you will pay for it.
Do you want me to post it?
You can read it. You can read it, but don't post it. You said, I just sent you for reference. Then he said to me, you will pay for it. Now, when he said you will pay for it, it reminded me of what he did to Dr. Colley, that he and Dr. Colley, James Colley, you know the story, Amos, and I made on air that you know the story. He and James Colley's father had problem when they worked together for Samuel Doe. He fought James Colley throughout Manasari's government. You want to talk about relationship? You know, this is an old man that don't forgive. And that is why I think he and Manasari not getting along, because the two of them share that in common.
Thank you. So let me just respond briefly, sir.
No, but my brother Amos, hold on. My brother Amos, hold on. Just hold on while you respond. Dr. Richardson, can you come in?
Amos, early on, Kev had asked you about some of Mr. Boaka's signature accomplishments as Vice President, as Minister of Agriculture. We have a document, I have a document here entitled the PF 480 that indicated that Vice President Boaka, under his leadership from 1983 to 1985, there was 16.5 million that was missing from the account that USAID established for rice. What do you think was Mr. Boaka's role in making sure that that account didn't go into any deficit?
It didn't go where? I didn't get that last part.
What do you think was Mr. Boaka's role in making sure that that account didn't go into any deficit, as the audit said that the account was deficited by $16.5 million? It had to do with the sales of rice.
Well,
Stena, can you put that up? Maybe he's not understanding. I send it to you in it.
You will not be able to read it. It's too small. The font is very small. Sorry, Dr. Richardson. I tried reading it. I can't.
Okay, so
but you can reference. You can reference.
So you can go back and read Amos for your education purposes. There's a letter that came from the United States government to USAID, and at the time when that letter was written, Vice President Boaka was Minister of Agriculture, and it says that there was an audit done and it found that $16.5 million was missing from the bank account of USAID from the sales of rice. So do you have any thoughts, or do you know what was the role of President Boaka as Vice President? No. I can send it to you if you want to.
Yeah, please, madam, I will appreciate that. But in the first place, the first correction here is that bank account of USAID, you know very well that he served as Minister of Agriculture. He was not a signatory to USAID bank account. USAID has a policy how could it have been Joseph Jamal Boakai who served as Minister of Agriculture and, under his watch when UC had their own signatories? Well, in any case, I would suggest that, you send the document forward. We have not listened to, we've not heard about that. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing such. But what I can say to you is that Ambassador Boakai, as Minister of Agriculture, was signatory to no account, to no UC account for that matter, except you trace a document that shows that. So it's my first time listening to it, and I will appreciate if you forward it to us, then we'll at some point in time respond to it appropriately.
Certainly, just go and
Thank
do
you.
your research. You can research PL 480 Title 1 program to Liberia. That will give you a good start. It's a simple document that you can Google. That's the first thing. And I think that as the Minister of Agriculture, we're talking about rice over here and the sales of rice. So for you to just say that because he was not a signatory to the account, he didn't know anything about it. But you should read it and get more information about it, and then perhaps we can discuss it. My second question to you is that the data shows that the population of Liberia consists of mostly young people. Some people use the statistics of perhaps 60% of the people in Liberia are young men and women. We know Vice President Boakai is 77 years old. His health is compromised by a pacemaker. And my question to you, as and to many of the young people in Liberia, in what ways do you think that, given the fact that President Boakai's health is compromised with a pacemaker, which has some significant side effects, fatigue, inability to concentrate, anxiety, reading detail to attention, cognitive issues, to what extent do you think that he can develop our country up to par that will be in the best interest of our young people?
Again, that when you ask the question that way, and I will hope my answer, you will not take offense to it again. Because for you to think that age, first off, is a requirement for a quality leadership, that is unfortunate, madam. Age cannot be, because we have a test case in Liberia. Okay, Ambassador Boakai is very retentive. I could have said to you, I take offense to your characterization, because you're a woman, you could take offense to issues, and you're a doctor. So Ambassador Boakai is very attentive. He has a development concept that focuses attention on lifting Liberians from poverty, inclusive of the young people of this country. When you see the leadership of the Unity Party, we're all relatively young people. That is to tell you that Boakai understands part of his task is to lay a very great platform that allows for the participation of all age group, the middle age, the old age, and so on, those who transitioning. And Boakai has been able to do that, from serving as head of YMCA, grooming youth leaders in this country. And there are a number of them who are in other political parties. So his vision, it focuses attention on young people and every facet of this nation. But to indicate that age is a requirement for quality leadership, I think it's disappointing. And I'm not quite sure it should come from a doctor, because you know very well that you can be in your 80 or 90, you can have a retentive memory. There are lots of leaders today. Brazil re-elected Inácio Lula da Silva. What happened? The reason for that is because he was able to lift millions of Brazilians from poverty, even to the extent that he went to jail. The Brazilian people said, come back and save us. He's all. Look at his age compared to Joseph Boakai. The America where you are, Joe Biden, is almost the same age with Joseph Boakai. You understand? In addition to that, the reason why Liberians are trooping Joseph Boakai is because of his quality leadership that he has provided, serving across all of those different public sector institutions with clean records of service.
Amos, thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, another 30 seconds.
It's so disheartening for a young man on this show to not quite understand the question, and instead of responding to the question, you give a lecture about something I never asked you about. I didn't just quite say age. I said, Mr. Vice President Booker, age is compromised by having a pacemaker. It's not just about his age, and I think that's the denial that you and the likes of many people that support Mr. Buckeye is going through. You refuse to acknowledge that it's not just age; it's age plus health. And the health issue, I even identify specific symptoms of having a pacemaker when you're 77 years old, such as anxiety, fatigue, tiredness, inability to pay attention, cognitive issues. No, but you didn't answer that. You just went on age, and you're comparing the Silva that was elected in Brazil to who was also a prior leader of Brazil to Vice President Buckeye. Come on, man. I expect a young man like you to at least educate your peer and address the issue. I didn't just say age as a requirement for quality leadership. It is age plus health plus everything else as a learned doctor can tell you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Anthony Yakula. Then from there we go to Kev Hassan. Mariah?
Thank you. So, Emma, in 2017, when, of course, Ambassador Boyka contested the first time, he got massive support. He won all the polls, as we're seeing today, as Tumalane attested to as well. He also got the endorsements of 18, I think, also out of 30 senators. Had the momentum, great. We thought we were going to win. At the time, I supported the UP. But when the results came out and we got to second to the runoff, we lost miserably to the CDC, 14 counties out of 15, when it just came down to the CDC and the UP. Last year, after the UP left, the CPP, they lost the one county they had won in 2017, Lofa again, to a CDC-backed candidate. The question is going to 2023, how can the Liberian people trust that if it comes down again to CDC and UP, that it's not going to be the same outcome? What is going to be different a year from now, saying that the United Party has lost Lofa to a CDC-backed candidate and had lost 14 out of 15 counties to CDC in 2017? Why should the Liberian people want to repeat that UP and CDC competition again? Can you give your listeners any kind of comfort as to why anything would be different next year?
Mariah, the difference is that first and foremost, Liberians are disappointed in the fact, and you are aware of that. On few occasions, I have listened to you outlining the miserable failure of this administration, which was a social contract theory. I mean, a contract between the people and this government. They failed. Liberians have seen Joseph Boakai as someone who epitomizes and who, for the most part, embodies their shared aspirations. So whether or not they only one county or so, but you could see the numbers that in all of the counties, we strongly competed against George Weah. Even in the absence of the CDC, I mean of the CPP, in Lofa County, the UP alone contested. We increased our numbers compared to what we got in 2020 when we jointly contested a CPP. You are aware of that. So Liberians have seen that Joseph Jiman Boakai epitomizes their aspirations. This is the reason why we continue to experience that sweeping wave
I think the
of
question
indictments,
is,
of
with Liberians new
in
Josh
Liberian people.
Emmas, are you hearing me? I mean, all of what you're saying existed last
Hello?
year. Yes. So all of what you were saying existed last year going to the elections. Liberians knew we has failed. The CDC has failed. We still talk about it. Liberians knew all of this going into last year elections, and still the CDC back in and they won. Still the UP lost Lofa. Even though, yes, they may have gotten more votes than they got before, but the issue is they lost. And the question then is, they've lost 14 out of 15 counties to CDC. They've lost Lofa, the CDC candidate, who's now, of course, is a CDC. What is the guarantee that this is not going to repeat itself in 2023? So, Josh, we are not doing well. We've talked about it. CDC not doing well. We've talked about it. All of that stuff, we've talked about it for the last 5 years. Yet last year, the people of Lofa still supported a CDC candidate over a Unity Party candidate. So if that was the only county you won in 2017, and yet you lost it to CDC in 2021, even giving CDC bad performance, poor performance, incompetence, you still lost that county to CDC. What is the guarantee that you're not going to lose it again in 2023? That was the question.
So you see, this is something that you need to understand, Mariah. The elections in Lofa was between sons and daughters of Lofa County. Now CDC versus Joseph Jimabwakai. You know that very well.
I never said Joseph.
It was not CDC.
I said Unity Party.
Yeah, so I'm saying this to you now. I'm responding to you, Mariah. You got to give me space. So it was not between. It is not an election between George Weah and Joseph Jimabwakai. It was an election amongst the sons and daughters of Lofa County. Again, it was not the CDC that won Unity Party.
So you're breaking up. But so in 2020, when Brandon Samka
Well,
won,
the man who won, he won as an independent candidate. But even if you gotta give me space, let me learn.
Go ahead, Amos, your internet went off, but you can proceed. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was what?
Go ahead. Continue. Please.
Are you getting me now?
Breaking up.
Yes, you are better now.
Okay, so that is the point. That is the point I'm stressing to you, Mariah. That the election in Lofa County was between the sons and daughters of Lofa County, not George Weah and.
It's going up. But wasn't the elections in 2020 between sons and daughters of Lofa as well, and Brandon Samka won on the CPP ticket? I think that was the follow-up to that question. But hopefully you can come back.
Yeah, that will let you get back. Let me bring in Santumone. Your take, man. You were speaking. I'm sorry to give you allow you to ask only one question because I had to bring in Senator Snow. But please, just talk to us while they're trying to reconnect.
Yes, as I look at the, observing the Liberian political scene right now, especially I'm watching the Liberty Party unity they're trying to come with, and I've been digging behind that story, but that's where my intention is right now. Watching Liberty Party unity.
Are you saying Liberty Party going to unify herself?
I see it happening. And
are you missing something?
I listened to Senator Dillon. I listened to Musa Ability. I've been following them closely, and
let me hold you right there because the guys will bring in. They will bring in Amos to our friend. Come on, man. I want to pause you for a minute. Anybody on this set agree? Can anybody on this set say yes? What you want to say is true? Let me ask Senator Snow and Mariah because I want to go directly to AMC and that of a former UP who is not independent. Are you guys in agreement with Chief Tomalin tonight? Who's that? Can we mute?
Well, if I have to answer that question first, I know that.
Go ahead, Snow. Yes, sir.
All right. If I have to come in before Mariah, I know that to get the Liberty Party together, it means Boyka and Cummings must get together because, for example, I know Musa wouldn't. I know what he would do and not do. So it's a difficult thing. It's a good try, but I don't see the possibility. I don't see it at all, except Boyka and Cummings get back together as CPP or get back together as a unit.
I want to hold you right there. Let me bring in Amos 12 because it's a Mariah question. Then we're going to go open because this thing about Liberty Party going to unify herself and John UP. People are pushing this message out there. I was driving coming home, and it's not about what somebody is saying. Someone told me today from Liberty Party that they're about to go on the tree, smoke a peace pipe, and support UP. I'm hearing it, and that's maybe listen. and they will come on the show to say
with Musa
on
Belede
Oliver
as
Snow.
chairman, with Musa
Well,
Belede
Musa
as
Belede-
chairman.
But then my question was, if that is true, why are they at NEC and why are they going to the Supreme Court? Something is not right with this story. But if somebody can push this thing,
Not
sure.
Musa Belede that I know as chairman. Musa don't flip flop. So not Musa that I know will do that. I mean, if Musa will do that, it will come from the top with Cummings and Boycott. But to go on their own for Musa to betray Cummings and go that way, I don't think that's a Musa Belede that I know.
But you're honest. I'm sorry, Emma. Let me push Snow for a little bit. 2 days ago, somebody having another set. I beg you guys. 2 days ago, Honorable Snow, Ben was on the show. The chairman for one of the committee, he said, we cannot discuss this. We are discussing in the back. He referenced that to Yombli Kanga Lawrence and Musa Belete. And he received a text message from DeLong saying, "Oh, man, thank you." That's something. Yes. Talk to me.
Then listen keenly. If that ever happens, then Musa Belete is not the chairman of the Liberty Party, or Boyka and Cummings have agreed together to work together. So both the Musa faction and Yomdi faction have agreed to work together. That's the formula. But anything other than that, I don't see it.
I know this will be our sidekick conversation. It must go ahead. Answer Mariah's question that we can go to Cap Hassan. Thank you, Snow.
Yeah, sure. Just very briefly, then I will also answer, another question from Dr. Chinaway. Mariah, again, the elections in Lofa was amongst the sons and daughters of Lofa County. In addition to that, Unity Party has lost legislative seats in Lofa County before. You need to know that. But when it comes to the presidency, UP has always won the presidency. Okay? You need to also understand that. For example, we lost to Eugene Falapaka of the Liberty Party at the time. We also lost to a Lily representative, Judy Wa, I think Fatuma also. Okay? So we've lost because these are elections, legislative elections among sons and daughters. But when it comes to the presidency in 2023, you can be assured Liberians on the overall, the people of Lofa County are going to generally vote Joseph Jima Boaka. Now,
So,
Dr. Richard.
Before you go to Dr. Francine, I understand the response, but let's also be clear.
I beg.
Before you go to her,
why are you going back to Dr. Richardson? We passed Dr. Richardson.
Right? I don't know, but before you go to
question, hold on 1 minute.
No, because you said something about pacemaker. It something about pacemaker, and it's important that I respond to that.
It must just take note. Take note. We'll give you time, but we are moving. You will answer Mariah's second question. We'll go to Cap Hassan.
Okay,
please. Mariah, go ahead, man.
Okay. So I find it interesting that we're talking about sons and daughters, because I know that the 2020 that Samuka won was also involving sons and daughters, and the UP and the CPP took credit for it. And Ambassador Boyka strongly campaigned for the UP candidate in 2021 and put his hands up and was in Lofa for almost 3 days, and they still lost, which was a direct representation to Ambassador Boyka, and was still between sons and daughters. I think the question that in the SG is trying to avoid is the fact that Ambassador Boyka put his face on the ballot for the candidate, and the people of Lofa still rejected him just last year. So it's concerning for others who have followed to say, what will be different next year? And I think that was the question that the SG was struggling to answer. The second question to
I was just struggling to answer.
I was supposed to ask my second question. The second question though was about I'm trying to decide which one. So Ambassador Boyka has said that he was living on loans, that he was taking loans to survive, and there's been this narrative around Ambassador Boyka not having money, or which some people believe, some people don't, that he's a poor person, or he doesn't have money, he's now rich, he doesn't have money. And so there's been a narrative around that. And he's also said to the public that he lives on loans, that he takes loans from the bank. However, before then, may his soul rest in peace, the former, in fact, the vision bearer of the Liberty Party and former political leader, Councillor Bromskin, who were friends with Ambassador Boyka, stated that Ambassador Boyka was not poor. He was actually amongst the top 1% of rich people in Liberia. He also did talk about Ambassador Boyka being a tribalist, which is another question I think if I have time we can discuss so you can clarify. But he's clearly stated Ambassador Boyka was not poor. Can you speak to that? Because I think that's a video that's been circulating as well, as to how can you balance the narrative that Ambassador Boyka is not a wealthy person, is not rich, and others are saying no, he actually does have money based on what he's been able to acquire over the years, and others who've been friends with him alluding to that fact. What should the Liberian people believe?
Amos? Okay. We're gonna have it back, folks. You
Walker
understand
indicated to you
you understand the internet is terrible in Liberia tonight. All right. So let me just bring the argument back. Kev Hassan, we're coming to you next. When Amos return, he will answer Mariah's question. But I will still hold on to the story that Sintuan is talking about. The renewal of Liberty Party, that they can move towards Jose Imam Bwaka.
Yeah, I'm going to side along with Senator Snow on this one. The Musa ability that we know, I will use Senator Snow word. He's not a flip flopper. You know that he will wake up in the morning and say, "Let's come together, kumbaya, and let's have a tea party." And he's not a flip flopper. The law is on Musa ability's side. If that happened in politics, I would not be surprised that it happened. But the law is on Musa ability's side to see that people of the Yomli Kanga, the long that people who benefited from Musa ability and destroy ability name and turn him to something else. And then they will just come back and have a tea party and have a fun. It's difficult for me to see that point. In politics, yes, things can happen. You know, sometimes people can come together for different reasons, but I don't know. It's difficult for me to see that. Look, shutting.
Okay, real quick, Kev, because we'll come to you for your question. Let me bring in Amos to finish up with Mariah's question. Then we'll come back to you. But thank you, Kev. Amos.
Yeah, thank you. So, Mariah, it's true the ambassador indicated to Liberians that he takes loan and he pays back on the loan. That shows he's a credible man. That's the first thing. The second thing also, it also shows that he did not steal from the nation's covers as compared to people in the government that Senator Snow supports. You understand? He did not steal. He's an honest man. That banks can loan him, it means they trust him. The same way Liberians trust Ambassador Bwaka. But I know where this question is leaning, and I'm going to answer this way. Look, Ambassador Bwaka has said to you that when God if God ready to bless you, he doesn't just bless you with money. He blesses you with people. And if anybody thinks that you must be a multi-millionaire before you vie for the presidency of this country, then we can go back to 2005.
No, I think
presidential candidates who came with money in pickups in this country.
Amos, my question was
not about being. Mariah, let me land. I have no time. You already asked a question. Okay,
land on a question. Don't land on another. Don't land on another question.
No, you've asked
land on the question.
No, you've asked a question. I can decide how to answer it, Mariah. You can tell me.
land on the question. It wasn't about being a millionaire. I said there are conflicting reports out about Ambassador Boycott's financial capacity. He says he doesn't. Others have said he does. What should the Liberian people believe? That was the question. It wasn't
live
about
within the means
or not.
Baka lives. I've answered you, Mariah. Baka lives within. Baka lives. Mariah, you gotta wait. Give me space. Baka lives within the means of his capacity. That's what I can say to you. Baka is not a multi-millionaire. Baka did not steal from the Liberian people. That's what I can say to you, Mariah.
Is he a poor man?
The fact that he has said that, I have not said to you Baka is a poor man.
Okay,
Baka lives within the means of his capacity.
And what
so
is
you got to understand this, Mariah. If anybody thinks, Mariah, give me space, let me talk. Start on.
No, but we have
am I protected?
Mariah,
give me space. I'm logging. Understand this, Mariah.
Mariah,
you asked me a question. I have to answer it.
Amos, hold on 1 minute.
You've asked me a question. I decide how to answer it. You can determine my answer. You need to understand that, Mariah.
Okay. Amos,
so the point I'm driving home here is, Mariah, I have already answered your question. Yeah, thank you. I have already answered your question that Baka lives within the means of his capacity. He's not a multimillionaire. He did not steal from the Liberian people. He borrows from the bank. The bank trusts him. He pays back the loan. On the basis of that, Liberians all around this country trust Ambassador Joseph Jima Bwaka's credibility on that note. But if anybody thinks that you should have pick out loads of money before you can vie for the presidency, then we can refer you to 2005. I'm not going to name names. There were presidential candidates who came with trucks of money in this country. They did not assimilate well with the Liberian people. Bwaka is well assimilated. He does not have to have pockets. Truckloads of money before he vie for the presidency.
I would tell Fanny Stemming putting about money. I would tell Fanny Stemming putting about money.
All right, guys. Listen, guys. Listen.
I will have to land on this matter.
Can we play the video?
One of the very key. You gotta get this space. Let me land.
Amos, hold on 1 minute.
Yes.
Amos, hold on 1 minute. Wrap up with the answer to that question, because we gotta move on, please.
Thank you. One of the very key and outstanding visas that you should have to any presidency is your credibility. This is exactly the reason why Liberians trust him. Okay, that's why Liberians trust him. He does not have to be a multimillionaire to own banks here and there, to dig deep into the covers of the Liberian people at the detriment of the masses of the people before he vies for the presidency. So he has the people on his side. That's what I'm saying to you, Mariah. That's what I'm saying to you. So they trust Joseph Bwaka, and Bwaka has indicated he's taken loans and he's paid back on those loans, and the bank trusts him for that. He has credibility in that direction. Whether he's a multi-billionaire on that video passing around, whoever designed that video, it is a blatant lie.
So he doesn't have money. Is that what the lie is? And that's what the question was. Ambassador Boyka has said he doesn't. He lives alone, and others who are his friends, including Councillor Bromskin, has said he does have money. So the question was, what should the Liberian people believe? If it's that he doesn't have money, and Stanton, can we play that video from Councillor Bromskin speaking to this issue?
He just called James to play. Call him.
Oh, okay. So that's why the question came up. So who do we believe and whether or not? If he doesn't, that's fine. Like I said, you don't have to. But does he have it? And he's telling the Liberian people he doesn't? That was the question, because others have said he does have money. But let's move
Mariah,
on.
you work in government.
No.
I have to respond to this. No, I'm not moving on. You work in government, and you know how government allocates money, Mariah. The money allocated to the office of the vice presidency of Liberia or to the vice president of Liberia is not money that he takes in his pocket to go and put in his personal bank account. It's the money intended for the operation of the vice president's office.
What was his salary?
You work in the public space of Liberia, and you know how to do research. Go and research the salaries of the president and vice president of Liberia.
So what is the salary of the vice president times for 12 years, times 12?
Go and do your research. It's
Oh,
a
you didn't know that.
it's a
Oh, but
public
you know you're
information.
not talking about whom, but you don't
No,
know
no,
what he was
no.
saying.
I'm just educating. I'm just educating
Okay.
on the
No,
amount
that's
that is allocated to the office of the vice president.
okay.
How that money is not intended for him as an individual,
James, are you with
but it's
us?
intended to enhance the operations of his office.
All
For
right.
And
his
there are,
salary.
in
Let's move
addition to
forward.
that, there are staffs assigned in the office of the
So let's
vice
move on,
president,
Mariah.
Mariah. You need to know
Yeah,
that.
let's
James,
move
is,
You got
on.
James,
chief
let's
of
move
office
on. Let's move
staff,
on.
you got
Now
special assistant, you got executive
Amos,
secretary, you got several other people assigned in the office of the vice president, Mariah.
Amos
So when the
Amos
government
thank
allocates
you.
money to the office of the
Amos,
vice president, it's
Amos,
not intended for him to pocket it.
Amos, thank you. Cap, your question.
You know what? It's a shame to see that you don't answer Mariah's question. The vice president salary times 12, and he said he living on loan. It's a shame for Amos Twain not to answer that question, so people don't know. Let me ask you this, Senator Snow. Talk about that a little bit about his leadership. You know, CEO had an interview sometime last year, if I'm correct, in Delaware or somewhere in Philadelphia. I think Dr. Richardson was there. They asked him a question about unifying the CPP. CEO asked that question, and he mentioned something strange that I pick up about Brexit. And we all know what Brexit means. It's a breakaway from England, the European Union. It was a whole lot of stuff. My question to you, that the former vice president had in plan to break away and destroy the CPP. Because of that, his comments. Can you speak on that leadership of destroying the CPP, and that led him to testify against Elizana Cummings? Because he spoke on Brexit, and Brexit, we all know what it is. Can you speak on that? And please, Mr. Twe, do not pivot to something else. I want you to speak on that specifically. Why is your Lieutenant using Brexit as an example of his leadership?
CEO, are people allowed to repeat questions here? Because I see that Cave has nothing to offer, actually. This question has been asked by Mariah, Senator Snow, and I think, Dr.
No, I
Chino.
didn't ask any question.
And you're still repeating the same question. You're still repeating the same
I
question
ain't asking a
about
question about
CPP.
leadership.
Nobody asked that question.
People have asked this question. You understand?
Some pivot.
Amos, can you answer his question, please?
No. I have answered the question about CPP. Joseph Boakai, as standard bearer of the Unity Party, UP being one of the constituent political parties within the CPP, enter into the CPP with good faith. And so we could not have, in any way, if unduly influence or for the most part force individuals. I mean, you will be infringing on the inalienable rights of citizens. The Constitution provides that you can associate and disassociate. So people decided to do that. In addition to that, boss man, the thing that has to be stated here tonight is that the CPP we've long gone past the CPP. What is fundamentally important, there are two things here. Is the performance of this administration that you support. They promised to live 1 million people out of poverty. They have not done that. You cannot even respond to that. When Liberians are in despair, they're very disappointed over your miserable failure to live up to your promise as a party. You've not done that. In addition to that, we have said to you that the CPP now, we've done all of it. We closed that chapter. So you could not have expected Joseph Boakai as leader when I've outlined here to you some of the missteps that led to the split in the CPP, I can't repeat that. Okay, but what I can say is that the Unity Party of Joseph Jiman Boakai is going to participate in an election and make a compelling case to the citizens of this country. So stop asking irrelevant questions when we have closed that chapter, sir. The real truth of the matter is that the focus has to be placed on why we are removing democratically a government that has miserably failed the citizens of this country. And you are aware of that. For example, in the PAPD document, they promised to lift 23% of the nation's population out of poverty. They've not done that, not even 1%. You cannot respond to that. And the question of why people...
Amos, let's go to the second question from Kev. Kev, please.
That's not my question. He not answered my question. He pivoted.
It's okay. Let's move on.
It's not okay for him to be deceitful to the Liberian people. I'm asking you again. He used.
Is that your second question, Kev?
Okay. He used Brexit, right? And then they come out and talk about Mr. Cummings, finger the document. They come on everything, but Stanton Witherspoon had an interview with Spoon one-on-one with your political leader and asking specifically, what will your political leader do to bring the CPP together? Because let's say Senator Snow said it. Under Mr. Cummings, CPP, fine. 2020, they have a massive win, right? You're making a fine. When it comes to your political leader in time of leadership, the CPP broke up and they had a nasty divorce, which your political leader went to court and testified. By the way, I witnessed those court proceedings because I was there. And he mentioned Brexit. I'm sure you understand what Brexit means. When instead of Witherspoon asks about that, and what would he do? I want you to explain to the Liberian people why. So your political leader had something in mind to destroy the CPP and break away from Mr. Cummings at that time. That Senator Witherspoon asked that question. I want you to discuss about that. Don't tell me about CDC. Don't tell me about all this crap. I want you to talk about why your political leader talk about Brexit at that moment that people were looking up to your political leader for leadership. And he failed.
Thank you very much. Amos, please.
No, you see, Kev, the one who is talking the crap is actually you. Because you've said nothing but to repeat unnecessary questions. And you need to understand that. Again, Joseph Numa Boakai did not testify against Mr. Alexander Cummings.
Let's
Joseph
talk about
Boakai,
the thing that he said, man. Let's talk about
answering the question. You cannot tell me how I answer the question.
Why he used the word Brexit?
You cannot determine how I answer the question, sir. Even though your question is unnecessary, and I'm struggling to see how I make sense around it, but you cannot tell me how I answer it. You need to understand that. Okay? Joseph Boakai
he doesn't have a leadership
ability.
If you
want to talk,
because the rest of your collaborators, CPP
so the point is that
under Mr. Cummings, CPP won. Under your leadership, CPP failed.
You need to understand here that
under
you need you need to understand, sir, that Mama, you need to pay attention to me as a question. You can determine how I answer the question.
Amos, 1 minute. Amos, 1 minute. Kev, thank you very much. Let me just ask you a quick question. Amos, let me ask you a quick question, sir. Would
Yes,
you
sir.
advise? I mean, folks are asking. You think it's necessary to bring in Mr. Cummings and Joseph Barker for the sit down? Not talking about vice president or president. Just let me finish, sir. Just to sit down to have a
Yeah,
tea
yeah.
and discuss national issue. Will you advise that? You think it's necessary, though?
It's a discussion that we welcome. Ambassador Barker interposed no objection to sit with a political leader or with someone who desires of also helping to change system and processes in this country, to reorder the course of governance.
We
Ambassador
are. Let
Barker
me
has said to
let
you
me ask you. Answer my
that
question,
he
sir. Let me ask my
respects Mr.
second question.
Comey.
Let
I'm
me
coming.
ask my second question. Do you think
Okay.
without a united CPP, any one political party can beat George Manawia?
Well, you know, allow me start on to put your answer into context.
No, answer the question. Not right.
And the
Answer
way
the question.
and the way I want to respond to it, we're not in section here. The way I want to respond to it is that the way I want to respond to it,
Yeah, that question took my brother.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
What?
Yeah.
No, he's disturbing. Okay. What I can say
But
to
all
you
the
is
question,
that
answer it straight. Why
Ambassador
the one you
Barker,
want to put it different way? Answer the question. Answer the question.
Ambassador Barker is ready to sit with anybody to form whatever it is as partnership in efforts to democratically unseat this administration. Again, it's important to let you know that there have been no point in time in the history of this country, to the best of my recollection, that all the opposition members have come together against a particular ruling administration. There has been no point in time. We entered the CPP with good faith purpose to be able to work with the Liberian people to the extent possible that we can design a policy that mirrors the overarching interests and aspirations to the point where we provide a leadership that will lift them out of the shackles of poverty. Unfortunately, that plan did not go as we earlier anticipated. However, if there are reasons to still sit together as political leaders and parties to collaborate and build fronts on issues of mutual interest, the Unity Party and Ambassador Joseph Jimambwaka interposed no objection to that. We recognize, of course, we respect Mr. Cummings, Arizona Cummings, and folks in the ANC. So if there is any possibility anywhere for that matter that we can still work together in the interest of the people of Liberia, the Unity Party will help to lead that particular process. You know, the UP has championed mergers and alliances and collaboration.
I mean, I beg you, sir. I beg Amos. So for me, I like to ask my question briefly, given just want to answer and let move on.
Can you give me?
Kev, you're slowing my question down.
Yes, please. Can you give me? Let me take some minutes from. I'll take you some minutes from our CEO today. Mr. 12. For 12 years, what was GMB annual budget for 12 years?
Hey man,
for 12 years.
Kev, how can you ask such an elementary question, Kev?
You don't know?
When the national budget is there, the vice president served as vice president.
I don't know.
Vice president for 12 years.
I don't know. Educate me.
No. Wait. You need to understand this. Doing the way to understand the budget, sir.
I don't know
the design of the. Huh?
No.
I need to understand.
He said he doesn't know. Just answer it now. Let's move on. He doesn't know.
I don't know.
No, Saturn. Because the truth is that question is irrelevant. The reason why it's irrelevant is because you got to go to the budget to know how much is allocated to the office of the vice president. You understand? You can tell me, I should tell you I don't know.
Okay.
All right, guys, hold on. I beg you. I know, I gotta go to Snow. I gotta go to Honorable Snow and Money George. But guys, please, we got within 9 more minutes before we go to the phone line. I beg you. Let me ask my last question to Amos. I've been very patient, but I need to ask Amos my question. Amos, so it's important.
Budget, and Councillor Bronson spoke about it in that video. Can we play that video?
I'm coming to you, Mariah. You will call for it.
Yes,
You're making me to forget my question.
Good point. Let's play it. Because since Amos don't know, let's play.
Okay, let me have the time to ask my own question. Let me enjoy myself too.
Relax. Let's play. Let the man know. Relax. Let the man say. How can it? You know, for me, I think
Let me ask you.
Ali is better than him. I think Muhammad Ali is better than him. Muhammad Ali was doing a good job than him.
I have known His Excellency, the Vice President, Joseph N. Boakai, for many years.
Look,
I first met him a long time ago at the University of Liberia. I have known Vice President Boakai longer than any other person in the presidential race, and have always considered him a friend. I have had a lot of respect for him, but the lure of power seemed to have gotten the better of His Excellency. Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs. Minister of Agriculture, Ambassador, Managing Director of LPMC, at the time when LPMC had money, and several other positions. First President Boakai might have been poor a long time ago, but today he is among the richest. He is among the richest 1% of Liberians who are enjoying the best of this country. For the 2017-2018 fiscal year, the government...
Mariah, make your point now for us to wrap this thing up. Mariah.
I think it and that's
what are you listening to?
I think the video ended before it got to that point, but he was stating the budget. He said for the fiscal year 2017, he gave the Vice President $2.4 million, and for the current fiscal year, which was 2017.
All right, are you playing something in the back?
Yeah, so I think it cut, but the part about the budget, because
Hold on 1 minute, Amos. Amos, hold on 1 minute. So Mariah, we have seen this video before, so make your point now. Ask your question.
So the point I was making was, and that was why the question was, because Councillor Bromskin, who was a friend of Ambassador Boakai, said clearly that he was not poor, and that based on his office budget, which of course includes, it must widely say salaries and other things, but there were salaries given to the Vice President every year for 12 years, 12 times a year. And so the question then and the conversation was about what should the Liberian people believe, whether or not the Vice President, as the narrative has been, is actually poor or doesn't have money, or he actually does have money. And I think it's something that the Liberian people have to, because there are some people who will have money, but maybe they don't spend it, or maybe they don't show it, and there are others who just don't have it. And so it's important that Liberians actually know. Because part of why that's important also is we saw how in this country people said George Weah had $85 million, or Joe Weah was rich, and Joe Weah had money. And when George Weah came to the presidency, we saw what has happened. Others have also said George Weah was broke before he came to the presidency, and he was relying on the senatorial salary, which even when he was charged for child support, he said he was making less money. So the issues around our presidential candidates' financial capacity speaks to something that the public is or should be concerned about, because it also has an expectation of what to expect from them when they're in the public. So the fact that there's still not much clarity around Ambassador Boyka's, whether or not he actually doesn't have money or he has money, I thought it was an opportunity for the UPHD to clarify to the people. And it's fine. If he doesn't, he doesn't. That's fine. If he does, he does. That's fine.
Thank you. Amos.
Start on. Thank you, Mariah. First off, may peace be unto his ashes. The former political leader of the LP, the Unity Party, still sympathize with the family. He's gone, and that it's interesting and both unfortunate as well that Mariah will ask a question that seem to suggest she doesn't understand how budgets are allocated and utilized. What Somali says, first off, it was a political statement that was made by Councillor Bromsky. And at no point in time, the 2.5 million or the office of the vice president received 2.5 million for 12 good years from 2006 up to 2018. It's a blatant lie. The second thing I like to say is that whatever resources was allocated,
nobody said that. So how is it a blatant
was
lie?
not money. No. I have to respond to it because
but speak to the
insinuation
fact.
that money.
Nobody said he got 2.2 million in 12 years. He said for 1 year. So speak.
So I'm saying to you that whatever resources of money that was allocated to the office of the vice president, Mariah,
included his
it was
salary.
not money intended for him personally. Okay, it was money to run the office of the vice president of the Republic of Liberia, and that running of the office includes operational activities, include humanitarian activities. Okay, so in that particular budget, like budget allocated to the office of the president and anywhere for that matter to the legislature also, you will clearly see line the amount allocated to the vice president as salary. Go back and do your research. There's a simple civic that any 12th grade student is expected to know, to understand. For you to come to this, for us to come to this platform and you ask
the salary for you?
To tell you, I'm coming, Mariah, give me space, man.
No, you're not coming to you want to
tell
speak
you
to
the total amount.
capacity.
No,
so let's speak to
Mariah,
capacity.
don't tell me how I answer the question. That's the
No, but
problem.
you want to insult anybody
Don't tell me
intelligently.
how I answer the question.
You insult anybody intelligently.
What?
I mean, sent on Twitter guests to behave.
I'm not, but you also trying to play on the intelligence of the Liberian people to suggest. No, you also doing that, Mariah, to suggest that that money went straight to the vice president. It's a disservice.
They did not include his salary. You refuse to tell the Liberian people what was his salary. Why are you withholding that information from the Liberian people?
Mariah, you serve as assistant minister in government at the Ministry of Labor.
The money allocated. You are making 2008 something. What was
Mariah, give him a chance.
So,
Mariah, give him a chance.
Mariah, so you need to understand. No, you cannot determine how I answer the question, Mariah.
Listen, guys, I will have to leave both of you. Emma, hold on 1 minute. Let's take it one at a time.
That.
All right, so Emma's, hold on 1 minute. Emma's, hold on 1 minute. Senator Snow, you've been very quiet. Let us bring you in.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm listening
on this question because you refused.
Emma's, hold on 1 minute.
You gotta do me service. I was in flight and Lenny and Mariah interrupted me.
Emma's, you will learn. Emma's, you will learn because Senator Snow will ask you a question and you have the time to address
whatever you want to address. Okay? You will learn discipline tonight, and we pray you learn it safely. Senator Snow.
Oh yeah, sure.
Can you please?
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm actually enjoying the comments. You know, I've been reading all the comments. I didn't know it was this interesting. It's my first time going through the comments as I take part in the show, and it's quite interesting.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
Amos, you know, you talk about your vision for the agricultural sector. Can you publicly admit that during Madam Sirleaf's 12 years as president, she had Vice President Boyka in charge of the agricultural sector? He had oversight of the agricultural sector. What did he do? What did he do with the machines he took to Lofa to make rice farming Lofa?
Senator, again, this is unfortunate, Senator, that you will say the vice president took machine to Lofa County. It's a lie, Senator. It's a blatant lie. Okay. I know you're making reference to the ADA concession, 30 million ADA concession. It was a concession, not the vice president private. You understand? Private business.
He had oversight. Let's talk about the oversight. Let's talk about the oversight.
Yes, it was a concession between the government of Liberia and the ADA lab. So you need to understand that. The second point
Let's talk about
is that
oversight, the oversight of the agricultural sector.
The president appointed Minister of Agriculture that reported directly to the president of the Republic of Liberia. So you got to produce the document. Please produce that document that where Ellie Johnson said, Joseph Boyka, you get oversight. And yeah, your document, yeah, you got oversight. Please produce it for the Liberian people to see it. In addition to that, it's important for you to know also, Senator Snow, it's good that you're making farm. You took loan, right? You've been taking loan from the bank, right? You've been taking loan from the bank.
Go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
Okay, no, but it's good to admit. You've taken loan from the bank. That the same loan vice president has been taking also from other banks. I just thought to, I mean, it's important to introduce that aspect. But when UP government took over, when it comes to our assessment of the agriculture sector, sir, the UP, the first thing we did, we conducted what we refer to as CAS, the Comprehensive Agriculture Assessment Study. The basis was to understand the baseline, the challenges that the agriculture sector on the overall was faced with. And on the basis of that understanding of that study, between 2006 to 2016, the UP administration was able to design more than 16 different policies and legislations. Just in brief summary, sir, the UP administration was able to design what today even we refer to, this government is using it, they call it LAPS, the Liberia Agriculture Sector Investment Plan. More than that, one of the things that the UP administration sought to achieve was to ensure that we provide opportunities, empowerment opportunities through soft loans from LBDR in the tune of 7.5 million to smallholder farmers. The basis for that was to do what? To enhance the productive capacity of those smallholder farmers. It's interesting that a legislator who also was in the legislature and was able to sign or pass or help to pass some of those legislation will be asking a question about what specific achievement or successes that we score when it comes to agricultural development in the Republic of Liberia. In addition to that, Honorable Snow, you know that.
Let me continue. We're going against time. Go ahead, Honorable Snow.
Yeah, because he doesn't end. So Amos, just to clear the air, you have my authority. I don't own any bank in Liberia. So just to make that clear to you, my farm is sustaining itself and it's doing pretty well. I have a success story.
No, I'm not saying you own.
No, let me. No.
I'm not saying you own. I was just asking. I was just saying that you created money also because you said it the other day. I just wanted us to establish that fact.
Okay.
I'm not saying you own.
Having said that,
but it's good that you agree to it. Thank you.
Having said that, Emma, what you guys need to work on now, you cannot claim the successes of Madam Sirleaf, but disassociate yourself from the failures. And that's why your candidate always try to do. He says we squander opportunities, we blunder, we didn't do this. But he wants to claim the good side with Madam Sirleaf, and then when it comes to the negativity, he disassociates himself and cry baby and cry wolf. That doesn't help him. Crying victim will not help you in this case. You agree
Point
with
of
me?
correction. Senator Snow. Point of no, I don't agree with you. That is insinuation. That's insinuation, sir.
Correct
From
me.
the onset of my discussion, I told you, and I told the Liberian people that Mrs. Ellie Johnson Sirleaf and Ambassador Joseph Jima Boaka both steered the ship of affairs of the Republic of Liberia for 12 good years. That for 12 good years, Ellie Johnson Sirleaf, every time she stood on the podium at the legislature to fulfill Article 58 of the Liberian Constitution, which says that the president shall report or submit or provide her legislative agenda for the preceding year, she always indicated to the Liberian people that Boaka was a very good friend to her. And
I don't say what
Boaka
Ellen
has
say,
said
what
this
Boaka
consistently.
say. My man,
Both
stop
of them
playing,
are very
stop playing politics.
No,
I'm not telling you what Ellen
Give me
said.
10. I'm
Is
speaking here.
Boaka also claiming the scene?
Mr. Snow, Senator,
Is Boaka
Senator,
claiming the
I'm
scene?
speaking here as an institution. And I represent the Unity Party, sir. And
Are
I
you
said to
quoting
you
Ellen? I'm not
that
talking
the
about Ellen, I'm
Unity
talking about
Party,
Boaka.
the Unity Party,
Don't tell me about Ellen, talk
the
about
UP
Boaka.
takes
Talk about
pride.
Ellen.
Ambassador Boaka takes pride. Oh, but wait, what? Bossman, you gotta give me space there. Yeah, give me space. Let me
You got
talk.
space, but talk about Boaka.
Unity
Forget about
Party,
Ellen. Talk about Boaka.
yeah, give me space. Let me. You have a question. Let me talk. The Unity Party takes pride in the successes we were able to achieve for 12 years. We also take note of the challenges. And as a responsible institution, the best thing you can do is to be able to conduct post-mortems for several reasons to guide you develop future policies and programs. This is exactly the reason why the Unity Party, under the leadership, the very dynamic and astute leadership of His Excellency Joseph Jiman Boaka, is now going to present the Boaka development concept that we call arrest.
Thank you, Emma.
Because we took note of some of those challenges.
Emma,
And we're not
thank
going
you.
to retreat.
Let's just wrap this thing up. Emma Twine, UP Secretary General. We heard that Ambassador Boaka, you were to travel, making the arrangement to come to America. Last week we heard it was canceled, postponed, or say, for the better word, it was postponed. Can you tell Liberians tonight what's going on? Will this former vice president make a trip to the United States this time around?
Ambassador Boaka trip, yes, it was postponed for several political reasons. That's what I can say to you. The trip was postponed. Our very dynamic ambassador has to participate in several other events in the country, and after which he is going to make a travel. That's what I can say to you and the people of Liberia.
His travel, is this his travel going to be health related? It's going to be about bringing in the truth, all of UP partisan? Is it going to be, talk to us about his travel. Folks are saying he's coming to America to do a checkup. Can you clear that air, please?
Ambassador Boaka has always traveled abroad to the United States of America. He's traveling. He's going to travel to participate in several events. Our Standard Bearer is going to be meeting several high-profile officials of the U.S. government, including business leaders, and of course, he's going to meet the Liberian community. You know that a few weeks ago, he embarked on the first phase of his listening tour across the country to listen to the citizens of Liberia, and part of that is also to be able to help him shift his vision for this country. So you know that we have huge concentration of Liberians in the United States of America. Ambassador Boaka relished the fact that he wants to sit with the Liberian people in the U.S. to listen to them. So he's going to be meeting cross sections of Liberians. Okay.
Thank you. We have another one of our caller. Thank you, Emma. So you answering my question, so I don't want to waste time. I got only two more. Let me bring in my third question. Another one of our supporters said that, listen, the ambassador traveled to America. He went to, I think, Texas somewhere up there in America. He promised the Liberian people to, on his way to Liberia, maybe 4 or 5 40-foot containers to help with, folks gathered for him, sponsors gave it to him, and up to now they are asking the question: where are those containers with equipment, medical supplies,
beds and everything. Well, where is it? I mean, it's been over a year. He made a promise to say they were shipping those things to Liberia. Can you help? Can you talk to us on those things?
Ambassador Baka, immediately he left the presidency, he launched his Baka Foundation, a foundation that is doing extremely well for the needed across this country. Some of those materials you're talking about, when you go in Kakata, in Magibi, there are organizations, community-based organizations that are benefiting from
Have they
the Baka
arrived?
Foundation.
Have they arrived?
It is. Well, I can't point out a specific one, but I know that there are lots of containers that have been coming over the past months, and some of those containers have been shipped to.
I want to be exact. I want to be exact, Amos. For I will not go the back. Amos.
Go ahead.
I will be exact. I will be exact with my question. Have the last visit to the United States, when Ambassador Barker visited Arkansas or Texas, he promised the Liberian people that he was going back home with some goodies. We know, we got a clip, we got a Facebook information. Have those containers arrived?
I want to believe that there are materials have come from the visits that the vice president have been doing, the last 1 or 2 visits, and I participated, in a particular event in Magibi, during which time materials were presented to CBOs, to community-based organizations. What I cannot
you cannot confirm whether it was the last visit containers, correct? Can you confirm that?
I don't want to be exact here. I don't want to speak with such exactity to you. When so I will have to check with the Baka Foundation.
You say you cannot confirm. I respect that. Let me ask my last question. The ambassador paid a visit to Italy, and he said he was bringing in some cars, buses, maybe 14 of them. Are they on the way? Have they arrived? When will they be arriving if they have not arrived yet?
He said he was bringing buses. Did he say that? I don't remember about
that.
He was bringing buses.
Oh, come on. Amos.
You are bringing buses?
Amos, look at me.
You said buses?
Amos.
Start on looking at you. You said buses?
Yeah, hold on 1 minute. Let me repeat my question.
Yeah.
Amos, listen.
Go ahead.
The former vice president went to Italy. He met some very, very wealthy people. They gave him buses, cars. And the last information we received, they were doing all necessary inspection to ship it to Liberia. Have they arrived or are they on the way? That's my question, sir.
Most probably, those whatever materials that were donated to him through his foundation or so, the foundation and the political activities are 2 different things. We don't run the day-to-day activity of his foundation. In addition to that, the reason why Staton is important to indicate here that whatever Baka might have gotten or receive or donation or promises made to him by organizations, I'm not quite sure it should be a relevant matter, because Baka has not gone out there as a nation to go and lobby and diverted property.
If you give me a chance to ask my question, we'll enjoy it. Hold on, let you answer.
You asked me a specific question.
It's very important to state. Baka has lobbied. He's gone to lobby on behalf of his foundation.
Went to
and I know the foundation have been.
Hold on, Kev. Let's give Amos a chance.
And I know his foundation have been doing extremely well across the different communities. They've been providing support, capacity building support, and I've just named one of the areas. A program that I participated.
Emma, let me rise because we got to go to the phone line. Honorable Snow, Sintomani Josh, we are coming to you. Let me just say the last thing. I beg you, Georgie. And Honorable Snow, Sintomani Josh, Anthony Yakula, Dato Chinwe, Richardson, Kef Hassan. Let me say this. It is so relevant. when a presidential candidate,
exactly,
a former vice president, and that's my own part. That's why I've been quiet, because I respect him. I respect all these folks in the race. But for the sake of Liberia, it's good to ask this question, Amos, and you know that. If you travel, like we beat on President, we are 3 days in a row that he left the people to go out of the country for 6 weeks, they should be coming back with some goodies. So when the vice president or the stand-up bearer speak and say, I have traveled and I'm returning with X, Y, and Z, the people want to see it, the people want to believe it. And that's why we're asking this question. But I respect your answer that you cannot confirm because you are not certain, and now you send us to the foundation. So we'll be going to the foundation, and maybe they will give us an answer.
Secretary General can confirm. CEO. Secretary General.
Mr. Twe. Mr. Twe. It's been a long day. But let me ask a question. Usually when former presidents or vice president, when they leave office, they are usually invited to speak at programs and events around the world. And even sometimes they're even invited as election monitors and so forth. They're using various capacities. I've seen Madam Sirleaf doing a lot of speech, attending events around the world, speaking and so forth. My question is, as a former vice president being invited to any of these occasion where he deliver a message or participate in any kind of event since he left office?
Many times. Start on many times. The vice president was in Nigeria. The vice president also went to Sierra Leone on occasions. So there was no thing we in session here where you'll be crossing from one place to another to be disturbing people. I can't laugh again, man. Yeah.
I can't laugh. I just laugh here. I can't laugh again.
Marlene.
Yeah.
I like your question.
Many
your
times.
answer.
I laugh here.
I mean, he spoke to this.
He's traveled to Nigeria before. Of course, he traveled to Sierra Leone before. He spoke at the occasion, and I know that a particular program was organized by, he spoke at several conferences, including a church conference, a regional church conference. Okay, where leaders in the West African region gathered. He's also participated in programs in the United States of America. When the vice president traveled to Italy, he also spoke at the occasion, addressed business leaders, and so on and so forth. So yes, he has been speaking across the nation.
Okay, let me just conclude. Let me conclude my questions. Okay. I will just ask a question.
I just want to register. I just want to register something here.
Amos, you can use it when you answer.
I
right?
want to pick.
I don't want to ask my question and be done for this session now. Okay, please tell me who are some of his friends in the region, the sub-region around the
I want to hear that one. I want to hear that answer.
And the next question is the UP. We talk about his leadership, right? UP, when the election took place, they have more lawmakers in the House and the Senate there. But today we found out that most of them, they are doing things on their own in the legislature. They do things on their own. They're not taking. I'm sure the vice president sometimes call them to order, but I don't think they are ready yielding to his call. And because, for instance, I can point out two persons: Vani Sherman, Maurice Tuma. These are guys who are saying, I think perhaps they are going rogue. They don't take instruction. During the impeachment of Kabina Janet, the vice president, he wasn't happy, but they never followed his instruction, I believe. And lastly, to end my question with you, do the former vice president have intention to ask any of those in the race to be his running mate? Any one of them who's in the race right now? Thank you.
Again, I've said this, Tumale. I think you asked the question earlier on. The vice president is going to select a running mate. That's what I can say to you. And he's going to do that in time. Where that running mate is going to come from, whether it's among the current presidential candidates, or whether it's among legislators and so on, let's leave that up to the vice president. Okay? Liberians will admire and will appreciate very deeply when he makes that decision and unveil his running mate. Okay, and that time is going to come. It's going to be very soon, and it's not going to be like 2017. Okay, on the question of the the political parties. I mean, Tumala, you follow the politics of this country. You are aware very well that there are lots of flow crossing in the legislature, and this is as a result of the way our constitution is designed. It's not like, for example, in the sub-region or in other countries where you have a particular law called the anti-defection law, where lawmakers don't just jump from one party to another. And this is not a phenomenon that is happening today. It's something that started way back, even during Taylor's administration, during our previous administration. Legislators would jump from one party to another. They've done that. Senator Snow here is a living example. From one party to another, he was a lawmaker. Okay,
which party?
He came over to the UP. And then from the UP, Osman, wait now, let me finish, Lenny. You come in. From the UP, he's supporting the CDC today. You understand? So there are lots of parties.
I mean, CDC? No. Go back and correct yourself. Am I a member of the CDC?
I am saying, Senator, the man asked me about people leaving parties. I said you left a political party before. You're a member of the NPP, and you came over to the UP. The UP now in opposition. You've left the UP. You're independent candidate. I agree, but you support the CDC. Am I lying? So I'm just giving you an example, sir.
Yeah. On the post. No.
That
on the post now while I left the UP. You want me to just stand on the post while I left the UP?
No.
Stand on. Post while I left the UP.
I'm pointing at you.
No. Let's stand on post. I said
yeah, I want to see it. Please put it up.
I'm waiting for the
Snow. The man baking, the man said don't do about baking.
No. Then he put it on. Stand up, put it on. Let me explain what happened. Let's go ahead.
James, pull up. My man, if I beg you, Snow, the man said don't do it. The man baking,
put it there.
My brother.
That's not why you begging.
No. Begging, Snow.
Put it there. Let's talk about it. Let's make that a topic.
Let's discuss. James, pull it up.
Yeah,
Senator Small, can you pay attention, Small? I'm answering Tumale's just question, and I have.
Oh, he gone?
No, I turned on the internet. He's coming back.
That's not the internet. But he did say Snow left the UP though, so Snow wants to say why.
I can say why I left the UP.
Then we get in the show on that note. I really want to ask
call us.
Yeah, that's true.
But wait now. But wait. It's no I'm gonna put it up. So James, I beg you, go ahead. Let's put it up and wrap this thing. What is
I think.
I mean, I would say to you, Snow, the man backing you. The man said he apologized.
What time you said it on the show?
Honorable Snow, the man said he apologized.
You know you let's talk about it more. I beg you.
Okay. James, hurry up.
Check our last question. We'll get it.
I wanted to ask about the group of 77. I think that's important.
Well, y'all all the question. And you see, this thing a bombshell. I don't know what Snow want to put this thing up. I beg you, Snow. I read this thing. It's not looking good.
He didn't want to put it up the first time.
Anyone know why let you be saying men say a grasshopper I can flip flop? Let the public know why I left the UP tonight. Let me
political season, y'all start opening the can of worms. It will get nasty.
Are you ready?
Y'all be careful.
Yeah, they'll pack that wrong again.
Brand politics, we're not seeing it from. We've been seeing it since 1985.
Ask here, Nancy.
1985, you were on age right now. 1985.
I beg you.
What a guess going.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening in the studio, but they're coming back though. They're reconnecting. The internet is so bad. So I don't know how your internet is good.
So you people want to go after you.
No, we in Argentina.
Argentina.
Tomorrow I can see them go after you.
I see.
And you people want to go after you.
Timali, you know me long enough to know that I'm not.
It's up. I see something up.
James, you got to screenshot it. You got to set it right.
Yes, this guy, look at you, Agile.
I beg you, to do it.
I want to from the beginning. It will put it on it.
All right, so
no, go back. That one, go back to the other one up. Go up first. We come to that one. Go up.
We're in the show on this here.
So don't do it.
The first one. No, let me state publicly why I left. Go from top.
Yeah, they are doing this. No, just be patient. You know, we gotta do the thing right. I don't want it up. For the record, I really don't want it up though.
Yeah, for the record, let's pull it up.
I see it on the gist.
Because tomorrow somebody want to do business with us. That man get better. You're supposed to.
No, but they will tell us why he left UP. That it got brought it up. So
have you seen that yet? They can't be we are working in the political landscape. Have you seen that yet?
Yeah, we're back here and shit there anyway.
They're gonna check the whole foundation of the landscape.
But tomorrow I would disagree with you. I don't think this thing will work.
Hey, my brother.
All right.
What
I heard to this, Kevin.
I've been following the thing religiously.
While we're waiting for a guy to put the screenshot up.
Yes, sir.
Ambassador, we are NSCDC listening to this show tonight will tell you that when I campaigned for Vice President Becker 2017, not one person from the CDC will ever tell you that I even took the call to compromise Vice President Becker. I campaigned with him wholeheartedly. I did everything. I went in bombing. When I was campaigning in Bombing County, I told people of Bombing County, I said, if you don't vote for Joseph Becker, don't vote for me as your representative. That's how far I went in bombing. When the election was over, even during the election, like many others, the vice president accused everybody of supporting Weah and playing games with him. I didn't care about it because for me, my conscience was clear. After the election, I was in Abuja, and the vice president had a situation somewhere in Bombing where he wanted to fix the road. He called me and said, Eddie, please call your friend to help fix the road. I called the president, asked to fix the road. The president gave instruction to the late Mabutu Yimpa. Mabutu, it was rainy season, so Mabutu didn't get to put grader on the road at the time. When the vice president went, I think Costa was planning some demonstration, and the vice president posted in support of the demonstration. So President Weah got upset, I think, and then had this big press conference and explained everything he has done for the vice president, blah, blah, blah. It was a Christmas holiday. I sent him a text message saying, Merry Christmas. He said to me, oh, they think the president, okay, fine, here's the message. So he come by and say, what the president did, go by my jeans, why are you doing so? Yeah. He come by now and say,
you want to start with the Merry Christmas. That way the conversation starts.
Yeah.
Okay. He wanted to start with the Merry Christmas, so let's get it. There you go. So talk to us now. Merry Christmas, right. Uncle Joe. Edwin, go ahead. You can read it, sir.
Okay. So he comes by now and say he didn't know that what the president did for his mother-in-law was for public, whatever. And then he comes back and say, then he says, sorry, I mean, the screen is very small. So he comes by and say, but there's a straw that breaks the camel's back. You use Weah to disgrace me, but you will pay for it. Okay, listen, this is a text from the vice president of Liberia, former vice president. You use Weah to disgrace me, but you will pay for it. I was shocked.
Well, let me see that.
I said, Uncle Joe, is this text really intended for me? What did I do? Then he said, you set me up. So because the president had gone up to have a press conference and explain everything he had done for this vice president, and the vice president supporting the protest, he's not blaming me for it. So Jim, go up, small one, go up.
No, but wait, let read it for what he said. So Edwin, you always say I don't trust you. Now you have drawn the straw that broke the camel's back. You use Weah to disgrace us, but you will pay for this. Wow.
Now, the first thing I did now, I
reflected for what did I do? He said you set me up.
So go up.
Edwin, can I move on, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just let me know which one is the second one. Is this it?
Go. We can't do that one yet. Come back down. Go back. No, instead I'm saying more than that.
Yeah, we're bringing it up. I just want you to tell me.
Okay, good. Right there. So okay. I asked him.
No, that's one you responding to.
Yeah, but go back.
But go ahead. Read what we have. Read what you have.
Which one? The
No,
one?
but you can read them all. I understand the way you
Read the one. Read the one
That's
first.
how the message came, all right?
Okay.
No, stand on. Let me get on my
I was
phone.
in his yard during the interview means I supported his comments towards you.
Exactly. That's the
This
second
is
one.
extremely sad and most unfortunately. May God judge all of our actions, compliments of the season, Uncle Joe. So that Uncle Joe talking, God might judge all of you.
No, that me. I come in.
No, that Edwin Snow.
Oh, that you talking.
How did I set you up? Uncle Joe, the president spoke of the vehicles he gave you. He spoke about your medical bills he underwrote. He spoke of other things he had done for you, and of course, his assistance towards grandma's funeral. Other than grandma's funeral was our part of any of the other interventions he made.
Wow.
You done?
Yeah.
Wow. Everything the president did for this man. Wow.
Go ahead, read this one now.
Hi, Edwin. I did not know Mr. Weir's contribution to my mother-in-law's funeral was to have become a social media issue. And you know the road was never done. Okay, and he said, good afternoon, Uncle Joe. I was with the president doing the interview, and I was really troubled that a good relationship you both shared was challenged. I can only hope and pray we don't allow it to get any worse. Compliments of the season. Yeah, okay. Hi, okay, this one. Okay. Hi, Eddie. I hear you are in town.
No, you gotta go back up. Read the
No,
first one.
no.
That's no.
Yeah.
So I come back to him now. The president had a press conference. The president explained what he wanted to explain. And now the old man is holding me responsible for it and telling me I will pay for it. So I said, look, the good relationship you both had, you know, if you both share, I'm disappointed or I'm troubled that it's being challenged. He come back and say, I set him up, which I did not do. And that's why I'm seeing this publicly. So even Mr. Weir or his supporters will know that I never one day went to Mr. Weir's house to discuss the vice president. Never did I ever do that. He's blaming me for this. Then he comes back. After a while, when Mr. Costa and others now say they will raise the money and they will do this, they will do that, then he sent me a message now. They say, oh, there's a message on the screen now. I should go and collect the 2005 to go and give it back to Weir. I think I said, I'm not a conveyor. I don't even know you get that money back to Costa then, though. But
hi, Eddie. I hear you're in town. You know, I was not an MP from me for Costa and others to raise money to restitute the 2,500 contributed towards my mother-in-law's funeral. For me, it was an act to honor my dignity. I'm told they contacted you and you said you can only receive. Oh man. But my question to you is, Senator Snow, why you think the vice president would just come out and just say you setting up? Why you think he just accused you? What
But you got to finish reading it. Read the last one on Tuman and George. That's the last one. Read it.
Your reaction towards me in this situation has been most unfortunate, but in time I will be vindicated. I respectfully decline to come and receive the 2,500 from you to take back to President Weir. Please employ another means to resolve this matter if you so desire.
All right, Snow. That's it. Let me give you the chance, Snow. I want you to speak. This is very serious, and we'll bring in Amos to speak on this.
You know, that was one of the most troubling moments for me. The vice president, when I decided to support him at the time, there were people I was very close to in a United Party that went the other way. George Weir and I, President Weir and I, friendship is more than 30 years. When he wanted to be president, I was one of those that he called and said he was contesting. I told him I would support Vice President Boycott, and I went all out, Stanton. At that time, you asked Natalia McGay, you asked President Weir, they would even take the phone, call me. I wouldn't take the call because I was supporting my candidate. So he goes out, he and Weir falls off. So he goes and he's supporting popular uprising against the government. So the president got upset. The president said, look, I'm helping your son. I sent you to do your medical. I have given you vehicles. I have given you money. I have given you rights. Your mother-in-law died. I faced the rule. The only transaction between President Weir and Vice President Boycott that I was ever a part of was the issue of going to face the road. Then he blames me for the entire press conference. Even if he has said to me, look, I didn't like what you did, blah, 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 I will vindicate. But he comes and say,
But
you will pay
Honorable
for
Snow,
it.
Honorable Snow, let me interrupt you with the little time we got left, man. This is a private, very private conversation.
No, it's very
you
deep.
and
It's private, but it's very
but let
deep.
me finish, Honorable Snow. Let me finish, my brother. Between you and the former vice president, you're a lawmaker, man. Don't you think this is just not right to share the former vice president communication to the public? And you, if he wins 2023, you have to work together. How can he trust you? How can folks watching this thing that one day you will not put out the text messages? Don't you think you should have restrained yourself and not to? I mean, this is kind of like, I don't think it's for me. I'm asking you the question to be fair. Don't you think it's embarrassing though?
Okay, good question. Let me tell you something that you may not know, Stan. The Dr. James Colley, the former Deputy Minister of Finance, he and the Vice President, his late father and Vice President,
I think you should respond to the question directly, Snow.
His late father and the Vice President had a situation.
Respond to the question directly.
I mean, mute that man. He won't disrupt me. Mute the man. Or put him backstage.
Emma, please. Emma, you have your time. Let the senator address it. This, Emma, to me, it's very, very important that we listen to why Snow doing this. Because to me, it have gone above and beyond. So please, we'll come to you. Go ahead, Senator Snow.
So, the late Colley, James Colley's father, and Omer Becker had a situation from Ministry of Agriculture, and they were exchanging letters. That time, you didn't have telephone for text messages, so they were exchanging mails and having a situation. James Colley's father died. Omer Becker called James Colley to his house one day and opened a folder to show him the exchanges between his father and him, and why he was opposed to Colley working in Madam Sirleaf's government. That's how far he did. He told Colley why he's fighting him from working in Madam Sirleaf's government because the problem he had with the late Colley's father. So when you send me a text message and say you will pay for it, it comes with implications. It comes with serious implications. It's not something light. That's why I've kept this message all along, because even my family, my children have this message. For me, it's a serious situation. It's a threat. It has implications. So I'm not going to, when people get up and think that I left the UP because, CDC in power now start looking for greener pasture and now I'm in the UP. No, not the case. This is not, I can even show you another text message. The night I said I was resigning from the UP, the first person that commented in the UP chat room, Omer Becker, what did he say? One monkey cannot spoil the show. Let him go. Okay? So when you have a leader, and you want to talk about Joe, we are being vindictive, you want to talk about this person being vindictive, when you have a leader that will threaten someone and try to, play victim all of the time, it's not something you take lightly. And you know what Colley told me? Colley was 2 years old when the situation took place between his father and the VP. He was 2 years old. And Colley's mother told him, Colley said his mother lives in Minnesota today. His mother told him that, look, James, what your father did, what he and Omer Becker did wasn't good, and the two of us as family, we tried to resolve it, and we really thought it was resolved. The Omer still have that letter today to show to Dr. Colley, who was 2 years old, to say, this is what happened between your father and myself, and I will fight you for it. So stand on. I don't take this lightly. That I have to send this tonight to put on the screen. It's not because I have pleasure in doing it. Okay? I supported Omer Becker. I stood by him. And I know what it cost me. When President Weah won the election, I was one of those that he wasn't happy with, because we have a friendship for over 30 years. And I when he stood for the presidency to run, I supported the Omer against him, and I went all out. Not one person in the CDC, I challenge anyone anywhere in the world that would tell you in 2017 when I stood behind Omer Becker that I ever took a call from anyone in the CDC one day to say I would give you my support. And that's why I got in return, because what the president said. The president said something, you send me a text and say you would pay for it. Thank God I'm in the Senate. If he wins the election tomorrow, I'll still be senator. We'll work together. If he doesn't win, which I know he will not win, we'll take care of him in his old age.
That's
let's give the time to Kev, this is serious.
Can I respond?
Amos, I bring you in 1 minute. Amos, it's very important for you to speak, but hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Senator Snow, did VP Walker send you a message saying one monkey cannot spoil the show? Do you have that? Because you want to be fair tonight. This is over our conversation on Amos Toy. You are directly.
VP Walker did not send me a personal. He did not send me a personal message that one monkey cannot spoil the show. He posted in the UP chat room. Mo Ali posted in the chat room that Snow has sent in his resignation from the United Party. Right after that post from Mo Ali, the next post was from the Omer that said one monkey cannot spoil the show. He did not text me personally. He posted that in the UP chat room. At the time, I was still in the UP, so I just resigned. I've not been delisted from the chat room.
Amos Toy, let's give you the time, Amos. Please respond to Senator Snow.
I mean, first off, the discussion he's referencing between Dr. James Colley and Ambassador Boaka is he cannot provide any proof to that. We challenge Representative Snow to provide proof to what he is talking about. I mean, Senator Snow, because we know to the best of our recollection that both Dr. Colley and Ambassador Joseph Jima Boaka, they have a very good relationship to the point where
folks, we're going to be patient as we wait for the studio to reconnect. You know, we've been having this problem all day, so we'll give with a little more time to bring in Amos again. But since Tuman and George, Mariah Kula, Dr. Richardson, this is big. This is big.
I'm shocked. I got no words.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, Senator Snow, you're a veteran politician, but I wouldn't have done what you did to this for my vice president. Honestly, we in politics, and there's a future in our politics. We know how this political future will end up, and to expose a private message between you and him, no matter what he said in that, there are some elders around that you guys who have gone to the silo and at least care a complaint to, but to do this, you know, politics, people, it's all about trust and so forth. And tomorrow, somebody dealing with you, they will be very, very mindful to say, well, if tomorrow I get on his nerve, maybe he will expose me again. You know, that's why if I did him about recording people, I was talking to somebody top yesterday, some important top official yesterday, and he said, "Man, please don't record me. Don't record me." I said, "Come on, man. What you got this recording people for? Yeah, why would I record you to do what? You know, because people are very apprehensive about this thing happening in our political culture." So I'm very, very, I'm very stunned about you exposed to you in the vice president discussion. You know, I think you would have just let other people get involved and just do it behind the scene. But I'm really stunned about it. That's my only comment.
While waiting for Emma Stewart, Kev Hassan, you come in quick.
You know, if it was you that been threatening, you won't say what you're saying.
Yeah, Senator Snow, that's where I'm going to. You know, people missing the point. There's a threatening message there in that text. I don't think we should just set aside and say, "Oh, why you don't put the message there? You will pay for this." Why are we not talking about the threat towards Edwin Snow? So Edwin Snow should put it and say, "Oh, okay, I want to be dignified. I want to be this person." You pay for this. That's a serious thing coming from the former vice president. I think that's what we should be talking about. Why is he using a language like that to say he shouldn't put it out? I will commend you, Senator Snow, to put it out and to show the Liberian people this man that everybody talking about. Oh, he peaceful. Oh, he this person. Oh, he did. But he threatened Edwin Snow to because he exercising his right and say you will pay for this. He supported you. He supported you. And he said you will pay for this. That shows this man. I think we should go back to why the CPP break up because of this man. I think we should see the intent of Joseph Boakai. We should see the intent, how destructive Omer Boakai is. We should see the intent. So are we telling Edwin to hide it? I think I will commend you, Senator Snow. I will commend you for bringing this out. Thank you for bringing this out to show this intent.
I think I have a different
approach.
approach.
I think I was in flight and then I got disrupted. Can I just complete?
Okay.
Start on.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Amos.
Yes, sure. So it speaks to credibility issue on the part of Senator Snow that you and someone and a leader exchange private message, and the person expressed to you how disappointed they were in you for setting them up. You did not muster the courage to say, "Oh, my apology," and so on. And in addition to that,
how did I set him up?
Come in, sir. Let me learn you're speaking. You're going to the point of trying to interpret someone who you said was 2 years of age. How could a person remember what actually transpired? Imagine 2 years old. The person can remember what transpired when they were 2 years of age.
Point. I didn't say. I said he told quality. You're missing the point. Don't miss. No. You gotta be corrected. Don't play with the point. Don't play with that. Don't train on falsehood. Don't train on falsehood. It was Colin's mother who explained the story to him, and he was reminded by the GP.
You have your time to speak. Let me learn. You
understand? Yeah, but take the facts.
No. Let me learn. It's disappointing. Okay, so it speaks to credibility issue again. For somebody to come, for you to come on this platform and show text message here and there, of course, we can also question the credibility of the text message. That you cannot even prove what Ambassador Boakai indicated to you. You know, when we got information that you were leaving the Unity Party. Okay, so these are all fallacious story. But what I can say is that it speaks volume about the character of Honorable Snow. Okay, because it was a personal disappointment. Do you know how many personal text messages, private text messages between leaders in this country for several years? And when people are disappointed, it's like palaver. Between you and your, I'm coming, sir. Between you and your woman or your partner and so on, some of the things sometimes they will say to you, it's not something that people mean. You understand? It's not something that people mean. When the person is aggravated at a particular point in time, and even up to today, you and Ambassador Boakai have met at programs. You speak to one another. You've spoken to one another. And I'm quite sure it's going to continue. But to go to that extent of bringing a private text message between the both of you to the public, I mean, it speaks volume. It really speaks volume. You understand? And it's true that you set him up. So he was expressing his disappointment in you. This is a fact that you're trying to gloss over. So that you can win sympathy. But Liberians have already decided they know who Ambassador Joseph Jima Boakai is. This is somebody who, when you do something to him, he tell you the fact. You understand? He tell you the fact. And that's exactly what Ambassador Joseph Jima Boakai was indicating to you through a private text message. And you particularly, I know you've sent messages to people. For somebody to verbally say, oh, you know, the future is there, or you will see, and so on. And you take that as a threat, when you bring the message up in the public, it's disappointing. I must say, it's disappointing. Okay, and particularly to use James Colley's name, you are scapegoating Dr. James Colley. So we are challenging you. We are challenging this platform to bring James Colley to validate what Ambassador is saying here to you, to this platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we hope to hear from James Cody. We hope he's listening. This network, like we do all the time, we allow folks to present the case and make the case. Then we gave the opposite side, like you, Amos, what you're doing right now. We gave you the chance to speak. Ambassador Barker is not on the show. And as I said, through my question to Honorable Snow, I feel embarrassed because the manner in which the exchanges were made. As an honorable senator, I think we could have taken another option. But it's Honorable Snow. I mean, that's his way he chose. Mariah?
So thank you. And
Finish up.
I think it's disingenuous on the part of Amos Tue to not take responsibility for what just happened. Since the show started, he consistently called the Snow a grasshopper, moving from party to party or leaving the Unity Party. He made him an example, even in his last comment, which I believe provoked Honorable Snow to then tell the public why he had to leave the Unity Party. Because he felt, I'm still speaking because he felt you did use his name as an example of people leaving the Unity Party when someone had asked about how UP started with a lot of senators, and now those senators have left UP. And you spoke about people leaving for their personal benefit, putting person over country, and you mentioned Senator Snow is one of those who left the Unity Party to join other parties. That was the conversation before this issue came up. And that was
point, Moran.
I'm speaking. I'm getting to my you let me speak. Don't tell me about getting to the point. I'll get there. You just your point. You get
to your point.
I'm getting there, and you will not like it. And the fact
please respect our guests.
Hold on a minute. Amos, we have enough time. We can sleep here, but give Mariah the chance.
Why the vice president was embarrassed tonight? Why those messages came out tonight? Because you consistently poked at Senator Snow as being a grasshopper, as leaving the Unity Party, and he had to tell the Liberian people why he left. And it's embarrassing.
He has to know that give him a chance. Bring you in. Give her a chance.
The reason he left was because he felt threatened by his political leader and the standard bearer of his party. And you, Amos, if you were threatened by Ambassador Boycott today, you will not stay in the Unity Party. If I was threatened by Mr. Cummings today to say I will pay for something that maybe I know I didn't do, I will not stay in the ANC. It is human nature. It is human nature to self-persevere. And because in our country, we continue to label people, we continue to point fingers at people without knowing the facts and the truth around their decisions. We use that either as propaganda or we use that to provoke people and to say the worst things about people without knowing the truth or the background information. We don't know these things. We don't know these things. Sometimes when people make decisions, we don't know why they're making certain decisions. And yet, none of this would have come out had you not consistently and continuously poked at him and used him as an example of senators who left the Unity Party for personal reasons, aggrandizement or whatever it is. I don't agree with him that he supports Joshua. I don't. But at the end of the day, even if he had left to support some other person in opposition, you were still going to use this consistently against him. And I think human nature is to defend ourselves. Human nature is to explain our actions or reasons behind our decision. And what you did was to only bring the vice president on the public disrepute, to speak to the vindictiveness of the vice president, to expose the fact that he had threatened a lawmaker in the party in the party. And I think it makes me sad also. Of course, I don't know the vice president to use those words about someone being a monkey, not stopping the show. We didn't see the text to that, and maybe others from the UP in that chat room can come out and dispute it. He specifically mentioned Mo Ali's name, but at the end of the day, all of this was unnecessary. How you just stuck to the point and not attack personalities. You came on the show. consistently attack this, from talking about my ethics to talking about me not having 12th grade understanding, to talking about Dr. Richardson, to coming to
All right.
to the issues and not the
Mariah, I want us to speak. I want us to speak to this, Mariah.
and that is unfortunate. Let's speak to the
Mariah.
issue.
No, it's unfortunate on your part, Mariah, because you're
All
not
right.
speaking to the
All
issue.
right, Amos, we'll come to you, Dr. Richardson. Can you?
You
Can
the
you go
person
ahead?
is take responsibility.
Exactly, Mariah.
I have mixed feelings about the release of the text messages, but on the other hand, for someone who's really interested in the profile of someone who wants to be president of the country, I think it was important for me to see the substance and the content of the text. So that's why I wanted to see. And in that text, I was able to determine some vindictive behavior, something that many people have described the vice president as been, and I never really believe it, honestly. But I think that those texts were at least evidence that shows someone that keeps grudge against another person. And to me, and I think for Liberians, the most important thing is like when you have a leader with such personality, vindictiveness, keeping grudge, and the reason why people keep grudge and are evicted because they have low self-esteem. How does that contribute to team building? How does that destroy, going when you have to have a meeting where you have to decide and plan how to build our country? So to me, those are all important components of leadership. A leader who is going to bring people together, not to use personality or your own characteristics such as being vindictive to pull the team apart. So that is what is more important to me in terms of Liberians looking at the personality of the leader that they choose. Be very mindful, be very understanding of that.
Thank you. Kev, you want to go before we bring in Evers? Because I want Snow to be the last for us to wrap it up.
For me, I agree. I agree with what Dr. Richardson just said about being vindictive. That's what I actually sense from the text, and I will commend Senator Snow to bring that out to the people, because a lot of people have been saying these things, that how vindictive this man, how tribalistic he is, for us to read through this text, we can see how dangerous he is, and sometimes people struggle to understand why a former vice president cannot bring people together, and now we can see why, and now we understand why, and now we know that Joseph and Human Buckeye presidency is going to be disaster to the people of Liberia, because he cannot bring people together. How vindictive he is. So I think I think I will kudos to you, Senator Snow. A lot of people feel that we should sweep things under the rug. We should hide it. We should do that. But he threatened you. He said you were paid for this. Let's say Joseph Human Buckeye win the election tomorrow, which he will not. Snow is there. Is there. He's living in Liberia. We know when he meant that you will pay for this. We should expose it. If this was in America, that a vice president, former vice president said a congressman would pay for something, it would be a big news. We should start playing with this. We should start telling people to sweep this under the rug. So I think, Senator Snow, kudos to what you brought up. This is why, for me, even when you were at the opposition, I said to you, because of your job in my country, Bami County, I will always support you. I will always support you. I will cross party line to support you. because I know that you mean well. Thank you to bring this thing out. For a former vice president to come out and telling a lawmaker you pay for this because he feel that you should just support me anyway. That's what we want in Liberia. That's what we want. People say, "Oh, Snow should," and I think text that, "Oh, you backing Snow on this?" I will back Snow 100%. I will back him 100% on this because I believe what Snow is saying is the right thing he is saying. So, my brother,
Thank you.
my brother Senator Snow, you just did the Liberian people justice for showing how vindictive this man and tribalistic he is. We don't need that.
Amos, Stewart, you're going to wrap this thing up. Do your closing. We way past our 2 hours, 30 minutes. But that was a great show. So please do your closing, sir.
Thank you, Staton. Again, it is very unfortunate that Moriah will attribute my response to Senator Snow to be the reason why he quote unquote exposed a text message. As mature as Senator Snow is, a very mature individual. Okay. We know in this, you are not following. Senator Snow also has a history of telling Liberian people that Charles Taylor wanted to kill him. Joy Howard Taylor wanted to kill him. You understand? Again, we repeat, this is a private text message. And somebody was expressing their disappointment in the extent to which Snow went to set them up. So we repeat very well that Snow was off the track. And not only that, but this was intentional to set the former vice president up. And the former vice president sent him this text message to say what you did was uncalled for. It was disappointing. And so it was a private text message. So we know the history in this country. I mean, it's unfortunate that Moriah will come to that point of saying it's because I responded. I responded based on the allegations against the Unity Party and Ambassador Joseph Jimabwaka. So I know very well that Honorable Snow had come to this platform to give a twist to my conversation because he know we were certainly going to hit her on the government. So he came to give a twist. And however, Liberians now know truly who Honorable Snow is. That you will go to the point of quoting a 2-year-old child, that they, at the age of 2 years, they could remember everything. It's what happened between the fellow and Ambassador Bwaka. I mean, it's rather unfortunate.
Amos, 1 minute.
Mariah, I'm not speaking to you.
Amos, 1 minute. Let's just get it. Mariah, hold on 1 minute. Kev Hassan, hold on. Kev, hold on. Amos, please. Let's just get it straight.
To you, Mariah.
Amos, hold on. Let's just get it straight. Honorable Snow.
Yes, sir. That
part of the story, can you explain? Did you say a 2-year-old child?
So I will have to come back to complete, right?
Yes, you are complete. Amos.
You know, Stan.
All right, okay.
Yes, Stan. Amos knows the facts. We all know the facts. He's trying to play around it. I never said a 2-year-old child explained. I said, calling mother explained to him. I repeated it on the show. Calling mother explained to him what happened between his father and the old man Bata when Collie was just 2 years old. And as though it wasn't sufficient, the old man called Collie to his office in his capacity then now as vice president and Collie as deputy minister of finance, and read the exchanges between his late father and he, the vice president, to Collie while Collie was done.
Do you think, Honorable Snow, you clarified that now because his mother explained to him when he was 2 years old, not that he 2 years old, a baby was speaking and explaining this thing. We get that clear. Let me ask you real quick, then we can go back.
Basile, can I read this?
Do you think? Hold on now. Hold on. Do you think Collie can confirm to this story? Do you think he would?
Well, I'm not. I don't. Whether Collie can confirm it or not, I don't think that's an issue for me. For the issue for me, Stanton, and I want the public to know, and people who listen to the show, you read the text message, you saw the date. Those exchanges were since 2019. I never came to the air to show text messages. But when people go around and act like I'm this useless politician that jumped from one party to the other, like he was insinuating, he called me grasshopper. You know how many times he questioned me that I left the Unity Party? So you come on this air and try to make someone to look like the opportunist and they look for greener pasture. You refer to me as grasshopper. You're talking about people changing parties in the legislature. You refer to me. I even say I'm now a member of the CDC. You say, yeah, you support them. So I think it was only fair tonight. And apology to my supporters who think that I shouldn't have said it, but it was only fair tonight for the country to know why I left the Unity Party. It's painful. I did not play games with Mr. Brecker. And that's why I can stay on this show tonight and boast. Nobody can ever tell you when I supported JMB in 2017 that I ever one day played deceit with him. That was not the way to say thank you. That was
okay, but Snow, hold on 1 minute.
And people who try to, 1 minute, let me close,
yeah.
Please. And people who think that there is a saver conversation, you know, oh, you and the man had a saver exchange and you public. No, it's not a saver exchange. It's a threat on my life. It's a threat on my life that I'm putting out there. I've kept it in my reserve. I've kept it on all my devices. My children all have it so that tomorrow my children have this for evidence. So tonight that I'm being referred to as grasshopper, referred to as a political whatever that go from one party to the other, it's important for Liberia to know tonight why I left the Unity Party. And this is the reason why I left the Unity Party. I was threatened by the standard.
Let me bring this.
Who I had problem with for years. He never threatened me before.
So I was saying so because I know we cannot go all the way, but Amos, you will speak. Hold on 1 minute. Henry Costa posted something, and I got him on the phone, and he will speak to this and to what he posted. So let's read this, and then Henry Costa will come in. All right. Edwin Snow, I just listened to a little bit of your arrogant, nonsensical talk on Spoon Talk about Joe Bwaka not winning the presidency in 2023 because you are no longer supporting him. Are you mad? We don't need you. And go tell your God, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, that she's not God. We don't need her support. The Liberian people are with Joseph Yema Bwaka. We are better off without you and your crook and sleazy kind. Stay with crook. We are coming for you all. Ayaka. I'm not reading the last one. You are on the call, Pedro Henry Costa. You are live on Spoon. Talk to the folks listening to you tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witherspoon. The message that Edwin Snow shared with you, he shared with me 2 years ago as his reason for leaving the Joe Bwaka camp. Good. Edwin Snow, the issue is about when the former vice president lost his mother-in-law, peace to her ashes. George Weah, through Edwin Snow, sent a $2,500 contribution to the former vice president. The former vice president never requested any money. It was unsolicited. Edwin Snow took the $2,500 to the former vice president. As a matter of courtesy for the president, the former vice president accepted the $2,500. I arrived in Liberia on that historic day on December 19th, and Edwin was correct when he said that Costa was doing a protest. When I arrived on December 19th and we shut down the whole city, the next day on December 20th, George Weah took to ELBC to do an interview in which George Weah was angry. And Edwin Snow again was correct when he said George Weah was angry with the former vice president because the former vice president did indeed support our democratic right to protest. That's when George Weah went on a tirade and began to explain how when the man died, I saved money, I didn't want, I did I want. So when he had said that on ELBC, the country was outraged that the sitting president of the country would be talking like a small child. Oh, I fed him, or I gave money when your mother not that. So the former vice president got enraged, and he responded because we asked him to respond to that. In my reaction, I raised $2,500 on the show. And I called the former vice president and said, this money that George Weah sent to you through Edwin Snow, which you did not request for, we, your supporters, want you to return this money to George Weah through the bearer of the money. The former vice president called Mr. Edwin Snow. Snow told the former vice president that he was in Abuja or someplace on an ECOWAS assignment, and when he returns to the country, he would go and see the former vice president, Joe Boakai. He did not do it. The former president called Mr. Snow several times. Mr. Snow did not respond. Then I reached out to Mr. Snow. I said, Mr. Snow, you brought this money. We want you to please receive this money and return this money. He laughed. He said, my man, I didn't take money. I didn't bring money to you. You and I saying got no money to. I said, no, but the former vice president asking you to take the money back. You don't want to take the money back. And we are his supporters. We raised this money to give it back because we are traditional people. When you do something for somebody, you don't go to the public, especially when the person did not ask you for it, you don't go and talk about it. Edwin Snow told me he himself was embarrassed by what the president did. He told me that. He said he was embarrassed. That is the reason why he was not responding to former Vice President Boakai's phone calls. So then I said, you know what? I asked my people to take the money to the former Vice President because I was back in the States. Edwin Snow did not go to receive the money. To date, the money is still waiting. If Edwin Snow goes for that money today, we'll give it to him to carry it back to George Weah. Snow has not gone for that money. The message that the former Vice President sent him, Snow sent me that message. The former Vice President sent me that message also. The former Vice President told him that you embarrassed me. You brought this disgrace to me. I never asked you for money. That was the context. He never explained the context. The man never threatened his life. Joe Boakai used to like Edwin Snow. He used to call him my nephew. Edwin Snow is trying to find a frivolous excuse as to why he left the Joe Boakai camp. Edwin Snow never stays in a camp that is not in power. He always finds a camp that is in power to be in power or close to power. That's not why he left. Let's not be fair. Snow left because Joe Boakai did not win the election, period. When Joe Boakai wins in 2023, Snow will try to find a way to come back, but people like us will ensure that he does not come back around. So the issue of the matter is, Stanton, I know about this whole situation, about those text messages, because Snow knows he and I talk about those things, and we have the $2,500, and Snow should take that money and carry it back to George Weah. Joe Boakai did not threaten Edwin Snow's life. Joe Boakai was very, very, very pissed off that Edwin Snow brought the money. And when we went on radio and tried to embarrass the former vice president, he wanted the money returned, and Edwin Snow refused to receive the money and take it back. You brought me money that I did not ask for. I'm asking you to return the money. My supporters are asking you to return the money. You refuse to come for the money. So, Stanton, I want you to ask Edwin Snow, why didn't he go to receive the $2,500 from Ambassador Boakai and return it to George Weah? I want you to ask him that question.
Okay. Costa, we want to say thank you. Edwin Snow heard your question. You can just pause a little bit. We have to go to Edwin Snow. You have confirmed the text messages was actually from Jose Yima Boakai to Edwin Snow. Let me ask you, why did you include Madam Sirleaf's name in a Facebook message to Edwin Snow? Costa is off.
Yeah.
All right. Edwin Snow.
Going back on because that's a better line. So put Costa back on. Let me say why he referring to Madam Sirleaf now as God. Put him back on. Let him finish. Then when you finish, Stanton, I demand that you play the recording I just forwarded to you. Don't tell me to send no James. I don't have James' contact. I got your contact. You play.
Yeah, but you gotta listen now. Snow, listen. When he's on my phone, I cannot forward it to James. Okay. So I'm
okay. I don't have James' contact.
I using one number here. Just hold on. Costa is calling back. Hold on. Pedro, you guys gonna take us to 1 a.m. in the morning, but it's good. Talk to us. The question was why did you include Madam Sirleaf in a post concerning Senator Snowe?
Because I heard Senator Snowe say, and he kept trying to make it a point, that the fact that Ellen did not support Joe Boakai means that there's something wrong with Joe Boakai. Whereas Edwin Snowe knows exactly why Ellen did not support Joe Boakai, knows the truth, but he's playing the fool. And he's not a fool. Now, I'm not a fan of Edwin Snowe, but this much I will tell you. Edwin Snowe knows the politics of the day. And he knows very, very well. For him to sit there and make it look like, and the reason Ellen did not support Joe is because it has something to do with Joe. Ellen did not support Joe because Ellen knows that she and Joe did not steal the Liberian people's money together, and that she felt that Joe would not protect her. She went all over the place telling everybody Joe was not giving her assurances that he would protect her. And Joe kept telling her, but Ellen, what did you do that you need protection? And why did she support George Weah? George Weah went all over the country telling people that I will protect the president or the former president. Now, Edwin Snowe is trying to make people think that his support and Ellen's support, without their support, Joe Burger cannot be president. That was what I was telling. Go tell you and your God, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, that unless Ellen is God, which she is not, we will win the presidency in 2023. And you, Edwin Snowe, my dear good friend, you will be right there. You will be well and alive, and nobody will do you any harm. You know Joseph Boakai could not do you any harm. You know Joseph Boakai cannot kill a fly. And for you to try to make it look like your life is at risk, man, Edwin, come on, man, stop playing that game. Joe Boakai will never harm you, never. So don't.
So Edwin Snowe, Costa is listening to you. Edwin, Costa is listening to you.
My response to Costa is for you to play while I say this, Stanton. Play while I say that's my only response I have.
So Joe Boakai did not condemn tribalism because Joe Boakai is a sadistic, unrepentant, unapologetic, tribalistic old man. That is what Joe Boakai is, and that is the only thing Joe Boakai knows how to do because he exploits tribalism. So, well, I guess.
Snowe saying you what? 2017 first round election rhetoric.
Exactly.
Does Edwin Snowe want me to send him recordings of? Listen to me, Stanton. Edwin Melvin Snowe, who says some of the nastiest things about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf that he worships today. I exposed Edwin Snowe in 2012. He, Alex Tyler, James Barney, and Emmanuel Nukwe, when they brought the chairman of Gazprom, the Russia state-owned gas company, and Edwin Snowe, was representing the company. I exposed him, and he came up publicly and confessed to the nation that Ellen didn't want him to own his own private jet, that he brought his investor, and Ellen left him in a palaver. Ellen was something that they own the country, and blah, blah, blah. The same Edwin Snowe that called Ellen, that called Rob Sirleaf an enemy of the country. The same Edwin Snowe that said Ellen was a demon. It's the same Edwin Snowe sitting on your platform today saying all those nice things about her, and he wants to play my voice from a campaign time against Joe Boakai, and Edwin Snowe, who is a political chameleon that jumps from place to place, and Edwin Snowe, who married to Charles Taylor's daughter and turned around and accused Charles Taylor's ex-wife of planning to kill him, and Edwin Snowe, who was against George Weah threw on and said Weah were not fit to be president in 2017, but today is Weah's best buddy, and Edwin Snowe. Oh, come on, Stanton, man. You don't know Edwin Snowe. Welcome to Liberian politics, my brother Stanton. And Edwin Snowe, who went on OKFM and cried, crocodile tears, that he regrets the role he played in bringing one of the worst concessions to Liberia APM terminals. And Edwin Snowe, who said when he went to the port of Tema, he cried because he saw what APM terminal does there versus what APM terminal does in Liberia. The same Edwin Snowe who distributed the 300 iPads to lawmakers and the bribes to dole out the APM terminals deal? Are you kidding me? Edwin Snowe, you and I don't stand on the same pedestal.
Who presided over the Senate when the APM terminal deal was passed?
In your life is stolen from government. You and I don't stand on the same pedestal. Everybody knows you, and that's why your words carry no weight. You left from District 6 and went to an impoverished Bomi County to become representative there. A political chameleon like you, a sleazy fella. all you
All
do,
right, so
Who presided over the Senate when the APN terminal bill was passed?
Costa, Edwin Snow is asking you a question. Honorable Snow, go ahead.
Who presided over the Senate? The APNG dogma. Who presided over the Senate when it was passed? Who signed it?
Baka never have voting right.
The vice
The Constitution is very clear.
You were dividing the money, deploying money.
Yeah, you can understand that. And you even admitted publicly on that.
You know, Stanton.
Publicly.
Stanton.
Participated in
Yes,
it.
sir.
Snow.
All right, so I believe anybody have questions for Costa before I beg you, Honorable Snow. Anybody have question for Costa because he will believe it. Thank you very much, Pedro. And you got a question? Go ahead, Mariah. Ask Costa your question.
Honorable Snow Edwin played a video, and I mean there are several of those videos, and Costa attributes it to politics and political times, and it was in the middle of campaign, and at the time he wasn't supporting Ambassador Boycott. Now he is, and he calls Senator Snow political chameleon, and they're now on the same pedestal. And he said some very nasty things about Ambassador Boycott, and I think there's another video where he calls him wicked and corrupt. What makes you different from Honorable Snow, who you claim said worse things about Madam Sirleaf and now supports Madam Sirleaf, when you also said nasty things about Ambassador Boycott and you now support him? What makes you any different?
Mariah Kula, you were an unapologetic, avowed campaigner for Joe Boycott. You supported him, you believed in him. The only reason why you no longer support him is because you are a paid staffer of Ellis Cummings. I assure you, if Cummings wasn't paying you thousands of dollars a month, you would still be supporting Joe Boycott because you tell people in private that you still believe in Joe Boycott better than Cummings.
That's a blatant lie. And you're trying to cause
He's not on the screen, he's on the phone.
No, but
I'm laying the basis. Let me answer the question. Do not interrupt me. Hold on. Let's have some decorum here. Hold on. Listen.
I dare you to call one person name that I said.
Mariah, you gotta win now. Mariah, you gotta win. Mariah, you gotta speak. We will come back to you. Go ahead, Pedro.
Let me tell you something, Stanton. The Joseph Boycott I thought I knew is not the Joseph Boycott I came to know. The Joseph Human Boycott, a man who worked for 25 years in public service with untainted record. The Joseph Boycott I thought I knew, the things we heard during the political season that were said. Those things do not represent Joseph Boycott. That is why, Stanton, I went to the nation apologetically in the second round. And I told them, I have come to know Joseph Boycott. He's a decent man, and I would be confident having him serve as my president. And even after George Weah reached out to me and called me, I decided to go with Joseph Human Boycott because what Joe Boycott would have brought to the country and would bring to the country when he becomes president would be much, much significantly better than anything Ellen or George Weah could have done. So let me say this to you. I was under the impression that those things that people wanted to, those things that they were manufactured by him, I came to find out that that is not who Joe Boycott is. The Joe Boycott that I support, that I've come to know, that I have tremendous admiration, respect, and love for, is a decent, humble public servant, not the likes of Edwin Snow, who built mansions everywhere, having looted the country from a driver for Siri Island to a multi-millionaire today, but a decent, humble man who served his country and receives nothing but the pittance for a pension benefit, $820 and 35,000 Liberian dollars. That is a decent human being that I've come to know, that I respect, that I support, that I can never betray, not for $1 million. That is a Joe Boycott that I've come to know today. and I'm proud of. Thank you very much. Good evening to all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
He will say bye, but he will listen. So I have one thing to say. First, I challenge Costa to call anybody named that will tell that to, because he knows that was a distraction. And he had nothing to say to my question. Costa wants to talk about if I wasn't working for Cummins, I won't be supporting. If Cummins had paid you the money you asked him for, you would not be supporting Joe Boycott today. You are a paid agent, a mercenary, someone who has no value system. You insulted Joseph Boyka here when we were supporting him because at the time he was former vice president and the best person to have continued what Madam Sirleaf was doing. And given that, I made it clear to UP people that I was supporting Boyka for one term. And after that, I was not going to support him. Ben Senvi is my witness. I told him I was going to support either Bromskin or Cummins after 2017. So you are blatant liar. You scheme people. You blackmail people. You're known for doing that from the day you got that mic that, how you call him? DJ Blue was fortunate to give you. That is how you live your life. You're a schemer. You're a blackmailer. You lie the devil out of hell, and nobody respects you. It is the same reason that you supported Josh Weah in 2018. When we were trying to form the very CPP, you were on your show insulting us for being against the ball. We're against the ball because at the time you wanted him to give you contract for Propo rice that he had brought into the country. What gives you the audacity to question anybody's credibility when you have none? I supported Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and then supported her VP, and that was that. And I'm proud of it. I no longer do. I will not say anything negative about the vice president, like you said, consistently when we defended him. You have absolutely no grounds to stand here and talk about somebody told UP. UP people will tell you they don't bring it to me because I've drawn my lines. I'm not like you, Costa. I don't scheme people. It's the same way I went and told the ANC people I was an agent of the UP. Your boss man, Brenda Yue, went and told people that I was an NSA agent in Cummins' office. You're not trying to get me out of Cummins' office because you know the threat that I aim to you. It's not working. So you want to sit down on spoon and thought about I told somebody I was support Boyka. I cannot. Not in good conscience. Support someone who I know cannot do the job at this time. 6 years ago may have been different, but not now. I won't say any nasty thing about the VP as you've done consistently, but you will not own up to your words because you're a disgrace.
Thank you, Mariah. Guys, let's do our closing. We're part way with Amos Toy. Amos Toy, you have to turn do your closing, sir. We already got to go now.
Thank you. And let me say thanks to Costa for validating nearly everything we've indicated here. Senator Snow should stop making things appear like it is me who provoke, his showing of the text message between the vice president and him. When in fact, Costa is not the only person Senator Snow has sent this message to. There are top brass in the CDC administration that Senator Snow has sent this text message to. He knows that very well. And I'm glad that even Costa has indicated, the vice president, of course, indicated to him the reason why he had to get so pissed up with Senator Snow for his attempt to set him up. It was an embarrassing situation on your part. In addition to that, of course, Senator Snow is well known for telling people that Charles Taylor wanted to kill him. Joel Howard Taylor wanted to kill him. We are aware of that. So you cannot use, and especially when you attempt to attack my standard bearer that I so dearly support, that, attack his quality leadership. So I have all right to come back at you. And it's very true that the example I was setting, of course, when it comes to political grasshoppering, Senator Snow is a living example. Let's face it. So you can't tell us the text message, show us the text message or the reason why you left NPP. The fact that you can tell the public the reason why you left UP, it's also important for you to tell the public why you left NPP. This is important. It's very necessary. In addition to that, we insist here that, of course, the CDC government has failed. Ambassador Joseph Nyeman Boyka has maintained his friendship with individuals over the years. Not only that, he's a man of immense credibility. And he has demonstrated that over time. Beyond that, serving as vice president for 12 years, we know the role he played, even in the legislature. In addition to the fact that he held several public sector institutions in this country. So it is for this reason, because he is well assimilated with the citizens of Liberia, it is this reason why the people of this country are reposing so much confidence in Ambassador Joseph Dimam Bouaka. So whether you attempt to pull a private text message between the both of you in a newspaper, on Spoon, or anywhere for that matter, Liberians have made their decision. They've made their decision. And we are here to let you know that Ambassador Bouaka is going to deliver this country. So with your support, without your support, and without the support of one or two other individuals who you think might have left the Unity Party for some reason, the Liberian people have already decided. Of course, we maintain that our political system is very fluid. As a result of this, any lawmaker can just jump from one party to another party. And there are examples all over the place. So that's what I have to say to this. And I know that Senator Snow came here purposely to provide a twist to my discussion on his platform. However, I will encourage you, Staton, that probably you find a time so that we can be able to come and debate the real policy issue.
Sorry,
about the vision, Stanton Waterspoon, about the vision of Ambassador Bouaka, how he intends to implement his vision in the interest of the people of Liberia. I would appreciate, probably at that time, Senator Snow can represent the CDC. Then we can be able to go in depth.
So let's do this. Emma, I want to say thank you, but you're always welcome. And this is the reason why you guys sometimes send your folks. Thank God that how you call him, former Secretary General Mo Ali is coming on now. But you're always welcome to join us to discuss this very high pressing issue. As we get closer to the election, let me say this to you, and you can tell your chairman, you need to come on. You have Mariah Kula, you have Kev Hassan, Mariah from ANC, Kev from CDC. If you can't come, you have to send someone on to balance the equation in this discussion. We appreciate you tonight, and we say have a wonderful, wonderful good morning because you're in Liberia. Thank you, my brother. Have a good morning.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Emma, and take responsibility for tonight. Like you cost the team.
But you should listen to my response in the car. If you leave in the studio, you listen to my response in the car.
All right. So let's wrap that thing up. Let's Snow. Man, this somebody want to come on. They listen to you, and I would say this. They say they will call you maybe tomorrow morning, and they want to come on and speak on this text message and what you did tonight, the good, the bad to this, and how harmful it is in some ways. So I'm telling you, because maybe you want to respond generally to those folks that would blame you for sharing a private conversation between you and the former government. But you do your closing and you leave us alone. Take all the time you want, do your closing.
No, I won't take much time. Stan, let me say this to you, Stan. Unfortunately, I show we're almost on the same time because it's just 9:34 here on my time. So
1 hour different. 1 hour different. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not running into the 1 a.m. thing with you.
Oh, okay.
But Stan, let me say this to you in the public. I owe no apology for that text message. That text message, I consider it a threat. I consider that text message as a threat that I have kept. Yes, when Costa told you that I sent him that message, when he contacted me on this returning Joe Becker 2005 or Vice President Becker $2,500, I told him why I wasn't going to do it, and I explained the background between what happened, and that's how I showed him that text. So he's right about that. But I owe no apology to say why you showed that text. Stanton, if someone sends you a text message today and threaten you, you will expose it. I think that's not a text message from a little boy or from a little child. Someone say, oh, you got emotional, you shouldn't have shown the text, I kept the text. No. The matter of fact, even could I show it, then they say you'll be president, so he became president, he go after me. I was at least the text would have been to the public would know. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be, but I mean, that's it. All right. The issue of Costa, with all his classification of me, You know, he has the right to say what he wants to say. But let me say this tonight also for the record. Go and ask Cyril Allen. The first time I ever worked with Cyril Allen was at LPRC as station manager, product storage manager at LPRC. So I hear people saying, and this has been something that's been said over the years, oh, you are driving for Cyril Allen. Never, ever. And take the phone any day and ask Cyril Allen. The first time I ever, people even tonight, I was reading your chat, some of the chat messages say, I work with hydrocarbon Buchanan with Cyril Allen. Never, ever have I worked with hydrocarbon Buchanan. Never. The first time I worked with Cyril Allen was at LPRC, and I was assistant operations manager and storage terminal coordinator at the PST. That's when I worked with Cyril Allen for the first time. So that issue about working with Cyril Allen and doing this, doing that is not true. Whatever I have today, I've worked hard for it. I've worked hard for it, and I would not be one of those that would say I served government for 40 years and I got to go to the bank to take loan. No, I invest wisely. I invest wisely so that tomorrow, when I cannot work or I'm not elected or I don't have another job, I'll be able to live on my investment. So this whole thing here about you did this, you did, everybody that's successful in Liberia, then you're either a criminal or you're something else. Well, I work very hard, and that's why when even Madam Sirleaf, when she took me to court, I have records there. The records are clear. I was vindicated by the law. So this whole thing, everybody come and just say what they want to say. Well, it's unfortunate. This issue about APN terminal, every day you hear, oh, Snow crash, Snow say it passed APN. It's unfortunate that we no longer teaching service in the schools in Liberia. No one lawmaker can pass a law in Liberia. No one lawmaker. All right. So even if I supported the APN terminal deal, I had one vote in the legislature. One lawmaker can never pass a law. It left the House of Representatives, it went to the Senate, and nobody should come here and say Snow is responsible for APN terminal because it's complete nonsense. All right. On the Costa issue again, I'm very happy that Costa listened to Spoon. I hope he can drive his show with the same kind of credibility and respect that Spoon gives his audience. You don't hear people on Spoon insulting. You know, insulting, you idiot, you this, you that, calls him an Sirleaf. You had two United Party spokespersons on the show tonight. Amos Twelve came and said they agree with Madam Sirleaf, they go with Madam Sirleaf. The second spokesman who 12 finally agrees with now called Madam Sirleaf all kinds of names, and he also agrees with her. So that is the problem. So you don't have uniform voice, you don't have one voice. They come with different tunes, attacking and doing this, and you know, it's just unfortunate. But against Stanton, let me say this to you. I have no regrets sharing those text messages. So I hear people saying you shouldn't have shared. It's my life. If it was any of you being threatened, you would have said it. And talking about woman Bretta used to love me and he what did I do? Mr. Weah went on the air and stated everything that he has done for Mr. Bretta. The only part of the transaction I was ever involved with was the situation regarding the old lady. How can I now be blamed and my life be threatened because of that message? Okay? I didn't join the CDC. I'm not a member of the CDC. President Weah has been my friend for more than 40 years, more than 30 years at least. When he was running in 2017, I did not support him. I campaigned against him, and I told him I will not support you. I campaigned against him. If I'm friendly with him today, and you know what? Even when I did not support him, our friendship was never interrupted. We've always been friends. There are times when he supported me in politics, when at times I did not support him, it has never affected our friendship. So people talking about being vindictive and whatnot. Well, maybe he had that record with others, but with me, he don't have that record with me, and I respect our friendship. So against Stanton, I hope that Costa will listen to your show. I hope you'll learn something from your show. I mean, he speaks well. If he could just carry his tone very well and stop insulting and, you know, and using all the 4 letters word and he would make a good talk show host. Other issues with me and Costa, like he's told you, we've come a long way. I've known him for a very, very long time, and he's entitled to his opinion. But I can say to you tonight that I have no regrets. To my supporters, to my fans that feel disappointed, it's unfortunate, but enough is enough. You cannot continue to call somebody a grasshopper and misrepresent them, and you think that they will remain quiet on this issue. No, I think my cup got overfilled, and it was just about time for the public to know why I made a decision to leave the Unity Party. And today, I'm an independent candidate. Yes, I may have a candidate in the election. Yes, I pronounce my support for Mr. Weah's second term, but I'm an independent candidate. And that is why, even as I support President Weah for his second term, there will be legislative candidates from different political parties, including the very united party that I could be supporting. But I stand for the presidency on who I will support, and that's my decision.
Honorable Edwin Mervyn Snow, we said thank you very much. It's good that you join us as contributing panelists. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, let's wrap this thing up, man. I gotta go put my food in the microwave because, Georgie, I heard that you went back to eat. It was good, man. I'm hungry.
Oh, man, I haven't eaten, my man.
You know, folks, it was a wonderful show, man. Sometimes we would start doing the spoon talk. We just don't know how it would end. We put our tongue clock out. Mariah get mad because we're restraining her. Kel Hassan come and say, man, take that thing down, man. No, but I kept asking him to take it down. He said he doesn't like it. He said it was holding him back. But it was a good show, man. Let me say thanks to everyone that participated, all of our audience. We said thank you for hanging out with us. A great show. Tomorrow we'll be having another show, man.
Great.
Huh?
I just emphasize on great show.
Because the secret came out today, I know. But what I said, let's do our closing and wrap this thing up. Kafiko, let's start with Sintumani Georgie.
No.
Are you coming to swallow us for the football?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know.
I
kept going. Okay, kept going.
Yeah, you know, great show. Mariah, thank you for the food that you sent me. I'm gonna eat it.
Oh,
so
let's get it zero.
I didn't say any food.
I heard that thing before. You got it serious, okay?
Yeah, that's what I gotta say.
No, that's not true. I keep on the show. You got that, but welcome my best friend. I said, and I your best friend.
Thank you, Mariah. Let me go eat Mariah. Thank you.
So tonight they French here. Wow to know.
Yeah, wow.
On the sister to know. Hold on, the sister to know.
Kevin, I can now be on the inside.
But you know what? You bring me back to say this though. I think we should do this often. We should bring in some of these guys to serve as guest panelists. All right, they should serve as guest panelists because it helped the conversation. Amos Toll was doing extremely well, though he wasn't answering all of the questions. But the thing just got off. When I was using the time clock, Amos Toll was doing well. When I took out the time clock, yeah, everything, you know. But man, Kev.
Like I said, those things, and I told Amos when he was on here, I think he provoked this. Amos came on the show very combative. For me, when I came out, I was just like relaxing, and because of that, he just kept hitting personality. I think when people are coming on Spoon, they come with this preconceived notion that sometimes it's just a conversation. And for me,
I close the comment now, right? Okay.
Yeah.
The people that I'm really maybe tough on are opposition. People from CDC who are rooting in position, the opposition to me. It's really CDC officials and government officials that I am tough on, and I can admit. But other political parties, opposition parties, I'm not. So I was very taken aback when he started the personal jabs and attacks. And it's like, no, stick to the issue. And then he took it to Senator Snow, and it just, went out of hand. And that's part of sometimes when you come in as a guest, try to assess the show first and then take a posture. But if you come in with a certain kind of posture, you end up attacking all of the panelists because you think they're going to attack you. And just some simple questions. And I asked very, very simple questions. Today I didn't come. I'm a problem. You've been a problem, right? Most times.
But on the other side to Mariah, it must do well. But first time he did well.
That's what I'm saying. He would have done better.
It was a disservice to his party. He didn't do well.
He would have done better if it were going to be more of a conversation here and not started attacking, persons or personalities and just stick on the issues. And like I told him, because you kept attacking personalities, you forced, Senator Snow to then explain why he had to leave, because that was said almost 3 times or 4 times while he was on the show. And sometimes as the guest, you got to have an assessment of what the panel is like. Nobody else is really combative. Even Jeff, Surprisingly, it wasn't as competitive tonight as I expected. But it is what it is. Unfortunately, the show ended up the way it did. It was embarrassing to see those messages from the former vice president and most people. And I remember in the beginning, I even talked about American's text about 17 grievances with Madame Sirleaf that he had posted. In fact, he said he's writing about it in his book that the former VP had written 17 grievances against Madame Sirleaf. And I asked Amos
Well, I
about
thought
it.
Americana was supporting Joseph Barker. So he is supporting Joseph Barker.
Oh, no,
Where
I
is
think
this 17 grievances coming from?
I think 2018 or 2019 because they were accused at the time of supporting CDC. Correct. I remember that. I think James Scully and others were accused of supporting CDC. And so he had written on Facebook why certain decisions were made in 2017. And he included, I think the post is on his page if people look for it. And he included that VP Boyka had 17 grievances against Madame Sirleaf. And I think I asked about it. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And in these times, sometimes people will be forced to explain their decisions, why they made certain decisions. And as Senator Snow said, he felt threatened. He was threatened. I mean, whether we like it or not, if I tell you you will pay for this, it's a threat. That means no matter how long it is, you're going to pay. How you will pay for it is left with the person making that threat, right? And so he did say he felt threatened, and anybody who feels threatened in an organization by the leader, not just by anybody else, but by the leader of that organization. And so those things, but I can also understand how the UP saw it as, exposing their leader. And so all of them got upset and they had to defend and come on. And then of course you had what Indian talk show hosts come on here and try to muff off and be insulting and can't answer the question as to what makes him any difference. I mean, the fact that
I
you
beg
even
you, Rago.
it's just
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
So I even won't waste time on that one because it's nothing but a snake. He's still taking money from the government that he claims to oppose, double dealing, two backstabber hypocrites. Nobody got time for that. But
Dora, Yakula, Anthony Yakula, thank you. It was a
good
beautiful
night,
shot, Dr.
everybody.
Richardson. Hold on 1 minute,
Hope
Dr.
there
Richardson.
are
Wrap
many
this thing up.
lessons learned tonight.
I just
So we'll move.
wanted to say it was one of the longest show that we've been on since I started school.
Almost 5
God,
hours.
this is record breaking. But honestly, I was very disappointed in the young man representing UP. I think he was a disservice to the party today. He didn't sell the party. He couldn't answer any of the questions. He spoke in interesting tone, like the kind of tone that you kind of want to force yourself to speak. It wasn't a typical Liberian. I don't know if he went to school in a foreign country, but trying to integrate his
Hey,
accent
Dr. Richardson,
to
man.
sound intelligent or to sound like an intellect. It was just very distasteful. I think Unity Party would do better by sending somebody here who can answer questions, who can sell their party. He couldn't, they go around telling one of the things kept asking, what is some of Vice President Burka's signature accomplishment? He said we're exporting cocoa in Sweden. And, you know me how I like to look at stuff. I've been looking for that information. I can't find it. And I ended up finding an information that talked about how when Vice President Bucker was Minister of Agriculture, there was a deficit in the sale of rice that USAID sent to Liberia. So I wanted to know what his role he played. When you ask them questions about the lottery system, how they use the money to support the group of 77, nobody can answer those kind of questions. And it's very embarrassing. I thought he would have sold his candidate tonight. And for those of you who get angry because I talk about age and cognitive ability, you'll get angry more because this is what I do for a living. I'm not just talking about a natural person who's aging. We're talking about a health that is compromised by a pacemaker. And we have to understand that. We have to know the status of people, both the physical status and the emotional status of people who are going to serve our country. No more can we just take people, anybody that just come and say they want to be a servant, they want to be president, we just accept it. I think that we should progress and elevate our desire of who we want to lead our country to a higher level because we're way behind in the world right now. So you guys, thank you, and I hope I can leave and go eat my dinner for the
No,
night.
no. That one in close. Then we'll all leave, please.
Well, you know, first let me say this. I have a lot of respect for the candidates in the race. Former Vice President, I thank him for his service and I have regards for him. He's an elder statesman.
James.
And I respect him a lot. And also Councilor Gonglo, Mr. Cummings, and
James.
I respect all of these people running for president of our country. They have served the country and we respect them a lot. You know, 37 years. We've been following Liberian politics 37 years this year. From 85, 97, 2005, 11, and 17. And as I always tell you guys, as we go into the election, 339 days from now, it will get nasty. It will be bad. Will come a day that people will be clashing on our platform. We're gonna get nasty. This election are coming, be one of the most tension-filled election we ever had in our country. And make no mistake, we get a little work for the 8 weeks from now. We'll be going to the polls. And you know when you're gonna get stink? When the candidates select their running mates. That's what you're gonna work on. You're gonna know what Babu and Divakula. You're gonna know it because it will get worse, it will get bad. So I've been following this thing. That's why be careful what you say, because you know what happens tomorrow. You know why the pendulum will swing tomorrow. But be very mindful. Unless you want to be competitive, it will be close, too close to call. You should not dismiss any one of the candidates in the race because everybody is pushing for the party to win and the candidate to win. But let us not make that mistake. We are going to watch a close election in our country. I can see that a lot of money spent in the election are coming to, and so forth. People were going to persuade each other and move crisscrossing. And as I said again, I'm watching the Liberty Party issue. I'm watching it with eagle eye. I've been following it. I listen to Chairman Bennett's comments. I'm watching his posts on Facebook. Senator DeLong and Senator Kanga. I'm watching it carefully because the Unity Party. That's what I'm telling you guys. 3 weeks for 9 months. If that party is united, a lot's going to happen. It will be a real awakening on the political landscape. I'm watching it carefully. And
Somebody, Josh, you're quite correct.
Let me end, right? Let me send a shout to my big sister in Minnesota. She's one of our regular followers. Madam Martha S. Na, the wife of my big brother, Ina K. Na. Thank you. I wish you guys best wishes and happy.
Madam Na, we want to say a shout out to you.
Guys,
you're our sister.
Yeah.
We wish you and your family well. We want to say thanks to everyone. Again, I say this, and I will say very clearly as I appreciate Snow participation on the show, Amos 12. I will encourage members from UP. You do not allow Mariah and Kev Hassan to control the narrative and the airway. You do not allow CDC and ANC to do this to you. Tonight, the person, I will make my case. The person of Amos 12 tonight help UP.
A lot.
And I think he was strong. And I think his participation should be encouraged. And folks from Unity Party should allow the representative to flow and move around and make the case for Ambassador Joseph Yimambuakai.
Very articulate.
If for anything Snow felt threatened, I respect his feeling, but I know Joseph Yimambuakai is not a man that can kill a fly. We send these text messages out. We have said the worst in anger and frustration, but the people that surround us know us better. Even if Alexander Cummings was sending a bad text message, and I know Alexander Cummings, I would say, you know what? I would say, you know what? I would say, I know Alexander Cummings. These things happen. But Liberia, you decide. You know Joseph Imabwaka. You know George Manawia. You know Alexander Cummings. You know Tewon Gonglo. You know them all. Thank you for joining us every night. I can't believe we tap 5 hours into this program and we stay moving strong. May God bless you. May God keep you. As we get closer to election, man, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Trust me. What will someone to come on Wednesday?
You
saw
And then it must have
That's what I'm saying. Victory.
Yo, Mariah, you always spoil my clothes. Don't do that.
Can we play our cruise?
Mariah, you always spoil my clothes. Don't do that. You always spoil my clothes.
That's not the truth.
No, but let me tell you something, I'm surprised that folks that never used to call Mariah, they are calling now. It's not because of Spoon. Spoon,
you put
after to the melting pot, everybody can come make their case. It's okay. If somebody say, "Oh my God," listen. We woke up this morning. I didn't know how the show was going to end. But God got our footstep. He set me on my way. He didn't have to do it, but he did. So God didn't have to do it, but he did.
You didn't have to do it, but you did. What you did.
Let's play that song to go home. That song.
Which song?
The song played yesterday. Good song.
No, man. We're playing Wednesday, my man. We can play it today, man.
What
Wednesday. I heard that Twain is getting ready for Mariah and Dr. Richardson.
I heard today. I'll not even call Wednesday, sir.
I heard that lie. You lying to the people. Don't fool them. You will see that coming and you can't.
But mind you not. Easy. Tonight, tomorrow, on Wednesday, Kev will be along ahead with you now.
No. Wednesday, Kev is not on the show. Wednesday, Kev is not on the show. Yeah.
Well, Kevin, he want to itch out.
I joined the list. You will make it.
For people to be on Wednesday, and my knee will not be on it. So I already know.
Tomorrow we get Simon Fremont and we get a Patreon, guys. I know that Richardson is hosting them tomorrow because I got a trip. Folks, excuse me, I will be off tomorrow. I got a very important trip. On Sunday, we'll be back with one-on-one with the CEO, Simon Fremont, and we'll be coming one segment. The Liberian Petroleum Association will be coming another segment. Dr. Richardson, thank you that you will be moderating Benson. We will be in the house, and we will be having a wonderful show. Again, to our brothers in Tumani George, we say this week been a rough week for you. Have our sympathy, Sintumani. You lost your mother-in-law. She passed away last week. We want to remember your family again. Have our sympathy. Guys, I'm done. Let me go eat my potato screen, please.
Bye.
You have a good night. Bye-bye.
To be